Hey everybody, so back at this talking coronavirus and all the all the updates, everything, and it's a lot. We're gonna go through it. Gonna check the latest updates and some past things. Most of my attention right now, my curiosity is at how how the cruise ship. Okay, they disembarked a cruise ship, or they let them go, right? Oh, this was one of them. And this one here is, can't remember, but the other one's the Princess Diamond, I believe. And this is one they said that they tested 1,700 or 1,800 crew members. They tested 1,800 crew members, and they all came back negative. That's
全部船員大約1800多個嘅樣本咧，全部。
So all cruise ship crew members, more than 1,800, have tested negative for coronavirus. Okay, remember that number for a minute. All cruise, okay, 18. Anyways, they tested 1,800 people. Remember that.
咧都係對新型冠狀病毒呈陰性反應嘅。咁由於咧，我哋衛生署對世界夢號郵輪所作嘅衛生檢疫措施咧，已經全部完結晒啦。咁所以咧，喺船上面嘅乘客同埋船上邊嘅員工，亦都係可以落船㗎啦。
Anyways, and then after that, it's just a long video of them disembarking. Okay, so back to this. This is okay. So this is the one currently under Princess Cruises. So this one here is the one that has people on it. 6 more, bringing the total to 70. Now some news stations are reporting 69 in the United States. It's, I don't know, but this here is from Japan, local news. They say that there's 70. Anyways, so let's go back to this. This is that ship's, when it first came out, it said 10 people from the Diamond Princess cruise ship moored in Yokohama Bay have been confirmed as having the Wuhan coronavirus, according to Japanese Health Ministry. What's important here is it says the 10 confirmed cases were from tests of 31 people. So more than 100 samples are still awaiting test results. Now there is a lot of conflicting numbers all over the media right now. And thanks. Now I'm all confused. I don't know what I did. So yeah, their passengers and crew remain on the ship, right? So this was when was that date on it? February 4th. I was on the 4th when I posted it. It came up 38 minutes ago. Anyways, yeah, so the 4th to the 9th, so that's 5 days, right? They've been in there for 5 days, kind of. Anyway, so the first 31 people to come back out of more than 100 samples still awaiting test results, right? So let's go to the next one. Coronavirus. Thousands on the cruise ship allowed to disembark after tests. So thousands of people stuck on a cruise ship in Hong Kong for 4 days have been allowed to disembark after tests for the coronavirus came back negative. So they came back negative, right? They say they tested 1,800 people. Remember what this guy said? Right? What did he say? How many people? All cruise ship crew members, more than 1,800. More than 1,800. Holy fuck, these guys have tested negative for coronavirus. Okay. I'm just blown away by those numbers because that's, and I'll tell you what, I think I think they just let that ship go. They let that ship sail. You know what I mean? They just let people get off, and they don't want to deal with that. They're dealing with one right now. They can't deal with another one. They really can't. Okay, and there's conflicting news statements. I'll show you. They say some 3,600 passengers and crew on the World Dream ship were quarantined. So why was the ship quarantined? Was put on quarantine Wednesday. So it was Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That's 4 days. Okay, so 4 days. 1,800, more than 1,800 tests, 4 days. Okay, that's what they. Okay, that's what it arrived at the port, and they've been there for 4 days. And this guy here says, we've done 1,800 tests, and they all came back negative. More than 1,800. Okay, we're gonna get into that a little later. I'm gonna tell you why that's bullshit. Straight up, it would take a lot longer to do those tests, I promise you. They're still waiting on the first 200, or sorry, the first, now they're saying the first 300, because the numbers are climbing up, so they jumped the number up. Anyways, it says 300 now. I'll get into this. This is really twisted. And I'll try to unravel it as best as I can, because it's, yeah. Wow. I just hope there's no hoping about it, but anyway. Well, okay, now there is a report here from Forbes. Same thing, 3,600 released off the same ship, the World Dream. So, and here again, all 1,800 crew members tested negative for the virus, giving the rest of the ship clearance to disembark. Okay, so even they confirm it, that it was 1,800. Okay, now I'm looking for another vital piece of info. Yes, right here, top one. World Dream cruise ship was quarantined in Hong Kong on Wednesday after 3 former passengers tested positive for the coronavirus disease. So when this ship had its previous voyage, there was 3 people on it that tested positive. That's what they're saying now. Well, that number is different from what they're reporting earlier from the Business Insider. Okay, so Dream Cruise Line has learned on February 3rd that the ship had previously carried 8 infected passengers who tested positive. Okay, and let's go. Can we confirm that with another news source? If we can. Another one that says 8. So 6 more. Oops. I'll get into that after. Yeah, but there was another source I had that said it was 8 as well. But here it says 3 former. This is the newest one. They're saying 3 former passengers. The other. Yeah, there was another source for it. Not oh yeah, right here with 8 passengers, and this here was from Miami Herald, and they're stating 8 as well. Princess Diamond remains quarantined to Japan after 8 passengers with coronavirus were pulled off over 2 days, while Holland America Westerdam cruises east of Asian port waters looking for a port. So the Westerdam is actually still out there floating around. This is an older article, but they they still don't have a port to go to. No one will let them in, and they say that they don't have any infected on there. But first reports said that there was one person that was had traveled to Wuhan in that area, and he's on the ship now. So nobody wants to let this ship come in anywhere, because that's a whole, you know what I mean? We're seeing what's going down in Japan. With the cruise ship there, they got their hands full with that. They were already full, and their nurses were on strike. They're having it hard. And quarantine units, there's only so many of them, right? So it's not like they have hundreds of these things. And so anyway, there's the other one, right? They're saying 8 passengers on this one as well. Now the numbers that they're giving us are very small all of a sudden. They seem to be, in my opinion. I don't know, and that's a good thing, I guess, but I don't think I trust them. Because out of the first 31 people tested, like, they tested more than 100 people, more than 100 samples were done, obviously, I guess, but 31 tests came back and 10 were confirmed of the first 31. And then all of a sudden it went to like 41 new cases. It jumped to 41 after that. Like, it was just a big boom. It was just a big jump. And then they say, so this is how the story goes. The number of confirmed infections on board has reached a total of 61 since the cruise liner arrived Monday night. After setting sail from Yokohama port on January 20th, a man who disembarked at his home port, Hong Kong, found out to have been infected with the coronavirus. Since learning of the infection, the ministry has begun testing 273 people on board, including those with viral infection symptoms. So there is people sick on there, and people have reported that crew members were sick. People were saying that they were coughing, and they noticed a lot of crew members coughing. So 61 people who have tested positive, right, out of 273 total tests. But there was, I think this was out of 171 so far, that 61 came back positive. Out of the 100, I think it was 171. Almost positive of that. Either or. It was only at a 273 test. And now you have other people saying, well, I think it's 300 is what they're saying in some places. But they're like, as the number of infection goes up, like, they just kind of bumped up the number out of nowhere for people that they've tested. But, like, well, it's a bad situation. It really is. And I'm sure it's, I don't know. It's being kind of not properly reported on, for sure. The media is giving people kind of like mixed conflicting statements everywhere. Like, I've been following it very closely, and I've been picking apart stuff, and I'm just looking at things, and I'm like, that's like, it's so disgusting. It is to see, like, all the miscommunication and the numbers being so different from fucking broadcaster to broadcaster. It's a lot. So, yeah, and here they say the Dream Cruise on February 3rd, ship had previously carried 8 infected passengers who tested positive. So these people were on there before, probably have, they got off or whatever. This is a while ago, and they got sick and whatever, and then they start checking their histories of where they were, and they were like, oh, well, you guys took a cruise on this ship, eh? And they figured that the staff got infected, and the staff infected this new bunch of people. This recent bunch of people. But what about the people before that? You know, like if they if if they were to infect the staff, they would have infected the passengers as well at that time. For 100%, they would have. It's just this thing is ridiculously infectious. It would have to happen, and those passengers would have got off wherever they got off, and would have infected other people, and those people would have infected other. This thing is vicious, and it's really hard to detect. Don't show symptoms very much. Like, the symptoms are really mild. They are. Like, you have really mild cases, and like then you'll get better for a bit, and then you will get again, and then that's when you need hospitalization. And then most likely, I haven't seen anybody like really recover from this, and I haven't heard anything about the patients, you know, that have tested positive and are in quarantine. Like, there's almost no information on these people, you know, how they're doing. You know, like, they were doing good at first, but I don't think they're doing so good now, and that's why they're not reporting on it. It's being really hush, you know. And this thing is tough to detect, especially in its early stages. The doctor, Dr. Lee, the one who spoke out about all this, and he died because of the virus. He tested negative 4 times before finally testing positive and then succumbing to it. Like, it's really tough to detect. It really is. And the numbers are all off everywhere for everything. You know, and this here is kind of interesting. Scientists predict coronavirus may live up to 9 days on surfaces. That's kind of freaky, because anybody who had packaging that would have maybe come out of there before all that was shut down, before it started spreading, if you ordered something and it might have been packaged or shipped from there, it's like, that's 9 days, and that's up to 9 days. It's not to say that it would, and it has to have the right circumstances, right? So they say a lower temperature and a higher humidity on flat surfaces is the perfect breeding grounds for these things. And there's a new study out now about the hospitals, about where people are being taken to hospitals, and it's literally overtaking the hospitals. They know that it's aerosol now. They know, like, they say aerosol, but that just means airborne. It's crazy. Like, the numbers just don't add up at all, and they're just letting these people get off. And they didn't test them. I know they didn't test them. There was no way. They didn't do 1,800 tests. Like, we're still waiting on tests for, like, there's no way they tested 1,800 people in 4 days. They didn't test 300 people in 4 days yet. It's just okay. Yeah, they didn't do it. There was no way they could do tests in that amount of time. All cruise ship members, more than 1,800 tests of negative for coronavirus. Yeah, I call bullshit. 100% bullshit. We're still waiting on the tests from the first 300 from the first cruise ship. But I get why they did it. I do. Because the media and if they tested positive and they announced it positive, they would have to keep the cruise ship there. Then they would have to send more resources, which they don't have already. They really don't. This cruise ship's breaking them. It is. And you can guarantee it. It's stressing their healthcare. Because there's 61 people, or sorry, 70 people now. Yes, there is 70 people. They're saying 69 in some places. There's so much. Looking for something here. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, but they're all allowed to go. And there's been 8 people who were confirmed infected on the last voyage of the ship, and they just let them all go. And look, they're all wearing masks. Everybody's wearing masks, you know, because they know there's people infected, but they can't handle that. And with the news and everything, they could, you know what I mean, they're already docked there. It's like you just gotta let them get off, because they're dealing with this here, and it is bad. This here is it's gonna break them. They're gonna have to send this ship or they're gonna have to do something, because they won't be able to handle that many people. Those people are already on quarantine, and now they said that the quarantine is officially going to be released on the 19th, regardless of what happens. So I don't know. That's apparently I've heard that they were going to yeah. Thought I seen that. Or no, I know where that was. Yeah, it was here somewhere. Yeah, the quarantine period of the Diamond Princess will come to an end on 19th of February. Period will extend beyond the 19th of February. What? As appropriate only for close contacts or newly confirmed cases. They need to remain in quarantine for 14 days from last contact with a confirmed case. Okay. So it says here, will come to an end on the 19th. And then it says the period will be extended beyond the 19th as appropriate only for those close contacts. How can you determine who had close contacts? You couldn't. You couldn't. This stuff is on handles. This, like, it doesn't matter. Like, the guy could have came on the ship. It says right here, right? It can live up to surfaces for up to like 10 days. Or sorry, 9 days. Coronavirus may live up to 9 days. But that's a far stretch. Let's not say 9 days. Even if it's on there for 2 days. Or even 1 day. You know, like somebody goes and touches a handle somewhere or sheds this virus onto something. You don't even have to be in close contact with that person. You just have to come in close contact with whatever they contacted. And you know what I mean? Oh, it's just a mess. They don't know what they're doing. They don't. It's like if you take food safety, like I went to culinary and it was like ruined my life, but no, just but yeah. I was cooking for a while. And it's like food safety. It's like cross contamination, like with food safety in the kitchen. You know what I mean? You like your raw meats. You're not gonna chop your fucking raw meats at the same place you're gonna chop your vegetable. You know, maybe some people do, but you know, but you know what I mean. You don't, and it's like that. If you, let's say you get a piece of like, if you don't scrub everything really clean on the cutting boards next time, you know, or the surfaces or whatever, touch the raw materials, it could, and you put fresh, like say produce in there, you could have a problem. And it's the same thing with touching doorknobs or anything like that, right? It's the same thing. You're cross-contaminating fucking everything. These guys can clean and disinfect as much as they want, but it's like, it would help, but this, it's already happened. You know, it's like they're reacting, you know, instead of being proactive like a long time ago, right? And you don't know who has this now. It's absolutely undetectable. It's asymptomatic, meaning that you can show absolutely no symptoms, right? And they're just making mistake after mistake from my point of view. And the numbers are all just twisted. Like we got here from the first 31 fucking and I snapshotted this. This is from CNN Live. Because I was like, this, I gotta keep this. Because I know these numbers are gonna fucking change. And then there was multiple reports on this. Even out of the Japan Times, or in Hong Kong, I guess. They said the same thing. Gave the same numbers. But they said out of 273, they gave an exact number. Out of the Japan newspaper, they gave a 273. But the first 31 tests came back, 10 people were positive. That's a third. And we know this thing is hard to detect in the early stages. Super hard. Like, you could almost say half the people have it, maybe. Because if they're just in their very early stages of contracting this, it's not going to show up until like 3 or 4 days. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm sure they're being super cautious about that. Because if they just got on the ship, you know, they've only might have contracted this in the last day or 2 or 3. Still not showing symptoms. Nobody's really showing symptoms, but kind of like everybody's kind of getting infected. And it's nothing right now. But I think that's why they turned that cruise ship away. And just let all those people go. Like, they're still, like, the Diamond Princess is still, you know, they're still dealing with that. That's a fucking handful. Use my language. But it's overflowing their healthcare system. Their healthcare system was overflowed. If you go back and you look in like their political stuff, like even right up to the last weeks, they were saying like that they had issues with supplies, and like before they're having like they're with rooms in the hospitals and beds, and now all the nurses went on strike. Not all of them, but most of them, and the people that got, the way they did this is they used a computer generated random number generating machine, and all the people who were, I guess, qualified to work in an intensive care unit, they all got to draw numbers, and whoever's number was picked through this random generator, then they had to work. It was called the dirty room. That's what they called it, the dirty room. And 3 or 4 people quit right away after they drew their numbers, and that came right out of like Japan local paper. So nobody wants to be dealing with this, right? Because nobody knows what it is, and you got all these people giving fluff information, you know, and for good reason, you know, because if you start scaring people, all the frontline workers are just gonna be, nope, I'm not dealing with that. And then what are you gonna do? Right? You can't scare people because you need people to cooperate. You don't want people to be nervous, but there's some shit going down and you should be aware of it. And it's not even a joke. It's like, it's probably the worst thing to ever happen to humanity to date, besides like, I don't know, whatever else happened to humanity sucks. Technology. Yeah. But anyway, it's a hell of a situation. It's so hard to unravel because everybody's kind of giving conflicting stories. So 8 coronavirus cases over 2 days on one ship, while another cruises for a port. Yeah, they the Westerdam, they just said nope, you're not even nope yet, and they did. They wouldn't. They're not. Every port around that whole area has so far said no, and they're out around just cruising around in the ocean because they have no place to go, and they're trying to work with like Homeland, like all these top channels and stuff, and trying to get somebody to take them into port or let them dock somewhere, because they can't just steam around in the middle of the ocean for, that's where they're gonna go, because they do have a potential suspected case on there. There is one person who, and they're not mentioning it, but they did mention it. They did mention it when it first came out, but they're not saying anything about it now. And there is one person on there who's maybe confirmed, or not maybe, but was in that area, right? So it's quite possible that he has it. And this thing takes a little while to get into your system, and it's hard to detect. And that's the worst thing. It's like a ghost. Can't see it. But it's crazy. There was 8 people on the last cruise on this ship, like on the last trip. The last trip, there was 8 positively now infected people. Like they got on the ship, they went home, well, they didn't feel so good, they got tested, they were positive. So they were most likely sick on the ship. They most likely infected other people on the ship, but nobody's really showing a whole lot of symptoms. And you wouldn't want to be showing symptoms. That would be the last thing you'd ever want. Even if it was a cold, even if it was just regular cold, you'd be shitting your pants. You wouldn't know, because you can't know what you have until they test. And it is just like, feels just like the flu. And people would be just so paranoid, like scared as F. And they wouldn't be really trying to report it outright if they did show symptoms, I don't think. Maybe if they got to the point where they actually had to go to the hospital, then they would probably go, right? Like, like, oops, oh yeah, okay, now I'm dying, I gotta go. But if they're just like in the first and second stage of this, no, like, people aren't going to be running for the emergency rooms now, because like, no, that's not going to happen. This thing is like showing society's weaknesses, modern day society's weaknesses. And it's tough for them. You can guarantee, like in Hong Kong, it's just constant, like people always coming in and out, and like the longer these people are in here, the more probability they have of actually getting infected. So that's not good either, right? And that's probably like another reason why they let this other cruise ship go, because they're dealing with this now. And it's like, well, if we quarantine this one, we already know it's not, like, they know it's aerosol now, like that it's airborne. Like you can breathe, you can get this from somebody, like let's say you're in a room, it's got 100 people in it, 5 people are infected with this, they could probably infect that whole room. Like really, that's how vicious this thing is. The RO value they point at 3.8, and that's really bad. For means one person can basically infect up to 4 people, and those 4 people can infect 4 people. Like it's just, wow, it's exponential. And the more people this thing infects, like it's only started out with like 1, right? So it's only going to infect 1, 2, or 3 more. But then if you get like 100 people, they're going to infect 5, 6, 700 people. Or if you get 1,000 people, they're going to infect like 10,000 people. See how fast this can get out of control? Really fast. And like, where are we at it? You know what I mean? Like, how long has this thing been going? well, we know it's been traveling on paper, officially since December 1st. That's kind of when they have the first case. So December, January, and I think it was the 23rd where they shut down travel and move on. And then it was basically February that everything got so. This thing's probably been stretching its legs for like at least 2 months. Unabated travel, just going wherever, right? But we don't know how many people affected, at what time, what the concentration was at the time, because the numbers were coming in, but the numbers weren't adding up for the responses that they were taking. At the time, there was only like 500 people infected, and no, I think it was less than that, like 300, and maybe like 20 some deaths, or not even that, maybe like 7 or 8 deaths. But my point being, they were taking these huge measures. They locked down that whole city, and I mean, like, it was like madness. Like, you don't lock down a city of 11 million people just like no, and they didn't give anybody any warning. There was no warning. They shut it down in the early hours, the morning that was done at like 4 o'clock in the morning, and they just shut it down. They came in and they started barricading the roads. If you tried to get out, they killed you. Like, if you were like, no, I'm going, they just killed you. It was like something right out of a movie. I'm not even kidding. And how do I know that? Well, because there. No, I wasn't really. But that's what they were doing, right? And this became real serious, real quick, and then it just escalated. It came out as a fucking tsunami over the whole continent of Asia, pretty well. And there's quite a bit of like. It shut down everything real fast. Shut down all the food transportation going in and out of there. It shut down all the vital services. Like, you can't get anything in and out of that city like in a proper amount that you could feed or support 11 million people now. Like, and everybody, I don't know, it's just, it is a disaster. It's here, Washington Times. A lot of people are talking about this lately, and with good reason. With good goddamn reason. And now it's not only me, and it's not only the Washington Times, and it's not only a bunch of people with tinfoil hats. No, it's not. It's real. It's more than a high probability now. It really is. If you're looking at a statistical range of how things fit and impression of where we're at, and like the steps these people are going through. Okay, I want to check. Like, they're just like they were dumping loads of dirt across every exit road into this city. They sealed it off real quick. They went in and just went right to town, and nobody got in, nobody got out. And if you tried to get out of there, and the people, like other people, basically were terrified of you, and if they found out that you were in their city, like that it just wasn't good, right? They took that. Yeah, that's the big thing, right? The first 31 tests come back, boom, 10 are positive, and then it jumped up to 41, boom, jumped up to 41, and then it just slowed right down. You know what I mean? Like, they were like, Jesus Christ, we can't let people know that fucking 1,000 people or more on this ship's infected. I would say well upwards of over half. They would have at least half. It would have to be. It would have to be just the way that this thing is spreading, and it's, it can be passed through like just breathing. Not a fucking good situation, really not. And they're kind of just slowing it down, like on the media side. They're just, we're not really going to say too much about this. But it's leaking out, people are just like, you can only hold the floodgates back for so fucking long. Okay, so this here's a video. Yeah, we'll take. It's unbelievable. Well, I did this through my last stream, but we'll listen to it again, right? This here's a different one. This here's the full version, but yeah, it still speaks volumes, right? Because these top people are now like, dude, this is like this is crazy, because we know like this isn't something that has ever like came out of nature. Nature never done this before. Nature is a biatch, but she's not, you know what I mean? She can be, and nature's scary, but nature's not this scary. I promise you. It doesn't evolve on that. Nature follows a curve. It's like a natural balance. And this thing just took leaps and bounds on an evolutionary scale. It really did. You've seen like, and we'll go into the paper too. I'll show you the paper. Do have it saved. They downloaded it before they deleted it off the whole fucking internet.
I would note that that Wuhan also has China's only biosafety level 4 super laboratory that works with the world's most deadly pathogens, to include, yes, coronavirus. They also claimed for almost 2 months, until earlier this week, that it had originated in a seafood market in Wuhan, that locals had contracted it from animals in, say, bat soup or snake tartare. That is not the case. The Lancet published a study last weekend demonstrating that of the original 40 cases, 14 of them had no contact with the seafood market, including patient 0. As one epidemiologist said, that virus went into the seafood market before it came out of the seafood market. We still don't know where it originated. Could have been another seafood market. Could have been a farm. Could have been a food processing company. I would note that Wuhan also has China's only biosafety level 4 super laboratory that works with the world's most deadly pathogens, to include, yes, coronavirus. Yet China is still lying about all of this. They've been lying about it from the very beginning, and you don't need their history of lying about SARS in 2003, though it is relevant here. You just have to see what's happened over the last 2 months. We now know that the first case manifested no later than December 1, even though China didn't reveal it to the WHO until a month later on December 31st, when they continued to hide it from their own citizens, and they continued to say that it had been contained inside Wuhan. Today, it is in every single province in China. Also, while you were sleeping, China now has its entire border with Russia closed. 2,600 miles. Russia has closed that border. El Al has shut down travel between Israel and China. Air France has shut down travel between China and France. And that's in addition to all the other countries that have already shut down travel. From what we know so far, and there's still many unknowns, this virus could have both a long incubation period, as much as 14 days, and individuals could be contagious while asymptomatic, which was not the case with SARS in 2003. I want to talk about the biggest and the most important story in the world, the Wuhan coronavirus. This coronavirus is a catastrophe on the scale of Chernobyl for China, but actually it's probably worse than Chernobyl, which was localized in its effect. The coronavirus could result in a global pandemic. While you were all sleeping overnight, the number of diagnosed cases in China increased by 30%. Now, let me be clear, that's not new cases, that is just newly admitted cases. It is probably several orders of magnitude higher than that. Now, look at China's own actions. They have quarantined 60 million people, 60 million, more than the entire population of our West Coast. They've shut down schools indefinitely. Classes canceled nationwide indefinitely. Hong Kong, a part of China, has basically shut down all travel from the mainland. That's why it is essential that we immediately stop all travel on commercial aircraft between China and the United States. Making exceptions, of course, for American citizens to come back, as we just brought back yesterday, allowing essential trade to flow as long as crews on ships and aircraft are not allowed to go into the general population in America, and making exceptions, of course, for medical personnel to go into China to try to get a handle on this. I would note...
Crazy, eh? Crazy. So now we're gonna listen to this. This is another video, and I already seen this. You guys, you can watch it if you like. I don't care. I'm just saving it. I'm just streaming it now so I can save it. But it's real, and it's quite disturbing. So yeah, the information's flowing out, and I promise I'll find it for you. I will. I don't know if I'll find it first, but I will find it pretty goddamn quick. And it is a phone call.
How many people have died since the coronavirus outbreak in China began, really?
And I know it's
and what's the true situation in
I know it's
Wuhan
kind
City,
of annoying
the
to
epicenter
listen
of the
to,
outbreak?
but they have the voices I guess concealed.
This investigative report by NTD aims to find out.
It's a tale of two cities. Wuhan, the biggest city in central China, is bearing the heaviest weight amid the novel coronavirus outbreak. According to the World Health Organization and China state media, this is the place where massive disease control measures are being taken. But anecdotal evidence and online videos from Wuhan tell a different story. Among the mysteries revolving around the outbreak, two questions are critical. How many lives has the virus claimed? And how many of those lives are only known to local officials and hidden from the rest of the world? On February 4th, NTD's undercover investigator talked with executives from some of Wuhan's biggest funeral homes. The conversations show a simple yet heart-wrenching fact. The math simply doesn't add up. The number of bodies being cremated just doesn't match the government's figure by a large margin.
我是这个中央督察组的，我是王有发啊。你好。对，你好，是这样的，我呢是抽查一下，问一下，就现在的这个疫情啊，我们看着还在向上涨。你们现在现在这个工作量，你们目前啊完成上可以吧？就是目前的工作量，你们现在感觉到怎么样？还可以完成，对吧？ 如果再增加，压力很大，压力很大，压力很大。你要是听真话还是听假话？你当然要说实话了。我们实话我就跟领导说，我现在我本人都要快崩溃了。哦，你讲讲看，为什么？我现在压力非常大。那为什么呢？你们现在的我上级重视这个问题，现在的重心都在医院这块。对，我们这块被人遗忘了。我们现在每天的运输量和火化量是平时的。 4到5倍，我们的人员从春节前到现在，人头上没有休息。哦，就是，而且还得不到人员的补充。那你现在说4到5倍是一天，像昨天你有多少？我这个数字我不好跟你说，因为我不知道你的真实身份。你光一个电话，我这个按照上级的要求，这个数字不许随便说。对，我知道。你的真实身份。这可以理解。可以说具体的数字。 我现在就问你啊，我就是想了解这情况，然后呢，看你们人员需要多少。请你向我们的心理组织程序去询问，因为你现在是一个电话，我按上级的要求，我不能随便透露数字。可以，你只能给你讲个大概的情况。好，你现在就给我讲个大概的情况，我现在就是需要了解。情况我刚才已经给你讲了，现在的业务量是平时的4到5倍。哦，4到5倍。 那你这个业务量是从什么开始？你是从什么时候开始有这么紧张的？从腊月的29。 啊
这，个数量就不断在上升，
你说的就是说，
已经达到最高峰，
昨天达到最高分
已经。达到最高峰。
你说什么时候达到最高分？
昨天是最高峰了，
你说的腊月29是12月29是吧？
腊月29应该是元月23吧，23还是22号开始人数就感觉不对头了，这个人数就上升了，有点猛了。
哦，那你们现在是这个每天是3班倒吗？
不叫3班倒领导，哪有人3班倒啊？
哦，
我现在能够排2班倒都不错了。
哎呦，
我在这个地方已经是每天能够睡上2、3个小时，已经是很幸福的了。
哎呦，那是你们辛苦了。那现在你看，如果说给你们增加人员的话，需要多少人可以满足目前的这个量？
增加人员，
啊，
如果按照昨天的那个量的话，至少要给我增加40到50个人。
40到50个人。那你们现在有多少人？
我现在有110多人。
哦，110多人。你们一共有多少个炉子？
我的炉子设备共有18台，但是能够使用的只有11台。
11台。
能够使用的只有11台。
那你这一个
为什么只有11台？就是他妈的一帮人期待我本来招标，搞的，最后他让一帮他妈的反腐差点我们坚决支持，但是不能他妈的那一帮人无视是妈的这是我算了，我不想跟你多说了。
你这样，
搞到我们设备没有，
哦，
我们基层那底下难了。
那你那些11台可以工作，那是不能工作的是坏了吗？还能不能修？
有的坏了，有的是完全不能修了。前天，好不容易通过市指挥部从外地找了2个维修工过来，你知道现在封城。
我跟你说，我马上派人来给你维修炉子啊！你现在是需要什么？我问你，你现在需要什么？除了需要人40几个人，还有什么？
需要人。我现在就差人，我的人太疲倦了，太疲乏了。
对。
完全得不到休息。
你
刚才还说3班倒，我现在2班倒都做不到了。
哎呦，那你这2班倒24小时，那就一班就得要10几个小时啊！
我的人员都没回家了，领导啊！
哎呦，那你现在一个人一个炉子要几个人看？是一个人看就行了吗？
我一个人要管几台炉子，我火化工加上维修的总共才是12个人。
那你刚才不是说你有100多个人吗
？100多人，还有些女同志。我现在车队那边，我9台车，每台车配4个人，2班倒。领导你算算，我全管的男同志全部去接运尸体了。
那你一台车能当？
同志都去搞调度、接电话、消毒。
那你一台车一次能拉几个人啊？
以前一台车拉1个人的。
现在呢？
我们现在把里面的隔的那些东西给拆掉了，最少拉2个，然后把我的那个以前不是殡葬车的中巴车，把椅子卸掉，一次拉7、8个。
哦，这样的话，那你11台炉子哦，那你这11台炉子那是少了一点。那一台炉子，那处理一个尸体需要多少时间啊
？50分钟。
50分钟。哦，那能不能缩到半个小时？这个能不能缩短？
说不了。
那你有些地方说是45分钟，40多分钟就可以了嘛？
那我不知道人家的设备是怎么回事。
哦，你们的50分钟。
烧到50分钟。
对，50分钟，那也是够忙的了。哎呀，那你这个真是够忙的了。
我不是说我这要崩溃了，就是这样。
那你原来正常的情况下不需要晚上值夜班的嘛，对不对？
以前按照武汉市的习俗，12点钟以前要落葬，所以说我们就是从。
Yeah, it goes on for quite a little while like this. This guy's pretending to be an investigator, or not an not pretending. He is an investigator for a news company, but he's pretending to be somebody of like high up in charge and asking them what they need and all this stuff. But this is in Wuhan, right? And they're saying like they can't even keep up with the amount of bodies they're burning. Right, so it's a little. We'll keep going with this, right? Because I want to have a copy of this. It's a little long, but if you read it, you'll know that it's like legit, right? Like it looks authentic anyway, and it's coming from NDT. So anyway, yeah, we'll just roll with this. You guys can make your own decisions, right?
一大清早早上6点多钟开始上班，
对
火化，到中午就不干了。
哦，对
现在的情况是怎么样？我告诉您的，遗体接应进来，立即火化不停。
哎呀，那真是现在够忙。还有一个，那你现在每天能不能现在拉来的能不能完成？有没有积压下来放到第2天做的？
火化的积压的这个情况还不是太严重。主要是这个遗体在医院的，我们接应不及时。
哦，就是车少。
后来那个什么，我们武汉市的狗屁书记王富强，还说什么让我们在1个半小时把遗体拉完，拉得了吗？正好书记亲自拉一下试一下。
哎呀，那是应
狗屁官僚主义。
那至少这个你们书记应该。
现在给我们下指标，要纪委的督查我们。医院病人死了以后，要我们1个半小时以内把遗体拉走。
对，那是。
能做得到吗？
那你叫他派车来啊！你叫他派车拉过来嘛，你们负责烧嘛。
我们没人要车没车。
那你叫那个书记，你说你给我拉个人过来。
是书记。
你说你叫他拉派车送过来，你说我们没车，我们烧可以，但是拉着没那么多车，那他。
我不怕官，我的局长怕官。他敢去说吗？
哎呀，所以说这些事情，可是你们书记给我们汇报的说是你们是保证完成，而且现在还是有潜力。
狗屁，他妈的！
那这。
我要给枪毙！我这是一个基层党员，凭党性跟你说的话。
对。我相信你，我相信。昨天你们拉了多少车，跑了多少趟？
不好说多少车，我真的不好说多少车。这基本的组织原则我还是要。
没关系，你不说不要紧的。啊，我至少我应该给你很快解决人来。第2个，叫你们书记给你派车来，增加些。你说现在你这情况，你们需要增加多少辆车？
我们现在只要是人力的问题，车给我增加这3、4辆都可以了。我的人现在受不了了。
人给你增加40、50个人。
4小时，人不停的去搬运接人。
哎呦！
我们现在所有的人去男同志全部投上去了，只要人家他妈的人动的都上去了。
哦，那你们这个1月20号以前，是不是还可以嘛？对吧？啊。
1月20号以前还可以。情况不是太严重，但是这个数字是一直在向上走。那
上走数字增加是从什么时候？从12月份，12月20号差不多就开始了，对吧？10几号。
应该在元月的10几号开始就已经那个数字就有点不太正常了。
昨天其实还
是最高峰值。
我跟你讲，昨天还不是最高，现在还在往上升。所以我为什么我要打电话来问问你们的承受能力呢？就是这个原因。
我真的是承受不了了。我昨天跟我的局长说，我说我就哪要疯了，我自己要去跳楼了。我说你给我下的这些任务，我真完成不了。我说什么医院里面人死了以后，这是我们马书记说的啊，人死了以后30分钟内医院完成消毒打包，公安部门30分钟内完成给家属的什么手续同意立即火化，民政部门30分钟把遗体接走。什么狗屁书记，有点常识没有啊？武汉市这几个殡仪馆的，我们管的范围多大？我的车开过去半个小时到不了。对呀，
你知道他们其他几个殡仪馆情况怎么样？
只会比我差，不会比我好。
哦，你跟他有沟通吗？
有沟通啊。
你最近跟哪个殡仪馆沟通过啊？
我跟汉口殡仪馆沟通过，他现在的业务量比我还大，他的压力比我还大。
你说是哪一个殡仪馆？
武汉市汉口殡仪馆。
哦，他的还比你们压力还大。
他的量比我还大。
他们是这个服务的范围是哪几个医院呢？
他服务是汉口片的，就是武汉市、
对，
江岸、江汉、桥口、中西湖区，然后武汉市第一批定点的23家定点医院，他承担了8家。
除了这个医院之外，有没有这个就是社区直接给你们拉来的？有些倒在路上的，他就不一定去医院了，对不对？
有，前几天我做了个统计数据。我们最近这个就是前几天数据啊，数据不代表这几天。这几天医院的就医情况有所改善。前几天我做了个统计。 38%是医院接来的，
哦
61%是在家里死亡的。
哦，
所以说这个就医的情况很不好，前几天。
对，
你想想，60%都在家里死的。
哎呦，
当然，这个家里死的不一定是这个肺炎啊，也其他我说的这个数字没有区分肺炎和非肺炎的。
现在大部分都是。
武汉市这帮狗官把这个城市管理的一塌糊涂。
是有些问题。哎呀，真的是你们辛苦了啊，你们辛苦了，我们尽快的要叫他们尽快的解决这些问题。好，辛苦了。
谢谢。
好。
以上我所说的是凭着一个共产党员的党性说出来的。
嗯，知道了。好，那就这样。好，辛苦了，多保重。
领导关心。
啊。
The strong reaction from the other side of the phone clearly speaks to how desperate the true situation is, but our investigator wanted to know more exact numbers, so he called again.
哎，你好，你好，刚才我们通过电话，我放下电话呢，哎，对，我放下电话呢，就跟你们这个市里的领导，讲了一下情况，让他们赶紧派车来。他们倒是答应尽快给你派车来，但是呢，他们也说一个情况，我在想，可能这情况有时候可能沟通不够啊。他说呢，像你们昨天呢，倒不至于那么忙嘛，说可能你那里也就40-50个，不至于忙成那个样子。我就现在要核实一下，是不是这样的？
领导，你能不能派人实际到我这儿来？别问我，到我车队的调动室查我们的派车单。
哦，现在是这样的啊。
看一看我的源头查体，我每一具遗体从哪个医院拖过来的，几点钟拖的，几点钟火化的。
对，
领导。
对，我现在是跟。
相信咱猫这些狗官。
对，现在是这样的啊。为什么中央叫派我们这个督查组到这儿来？就是因为有些情况我们了解不到，这些领导有时候他为了当地的这个工作啊，这个成绩啊，这个形象啊，他有时候给我们不一定说真实情况，所以呢，我们要实地来找你们基层的问一下，就这个原因。所以我跟你
负责任的说，昨天是我们最多的一天。
昨天是多少？你能不能告诉我一下？他说40多个，不到50个，是不是这样的？
我就姑且相信你一下。
你说。
我昨天总共接运的遗体127个。烧掉了116个。
OK。
然后确诊数，确诊的。确诊数是8个。我拖的这127个中间，根据死亡证书上面标明的确诊的8个。写的疑似的。是48个。我这是全部有死亡证书在我手上的。
好，我知道了。行，那他们还是说了一半。哎呀，就是说谁呀？他就是觉得好像是他们工作做的都很到家了啊。下面呢有时候是抱怨啊，这个好像是，我知道你们很辛苦啊，你们在中间也确实，你们一线工作很不容易。这些领导呢，他也不见得了解真实情况。行，那我知道了。
真的希望中央重视。
好，你放心好了。好。
他们这样搞下去，这个不敢想象了。
是啊，行，我知道了。
Yeah, it's real, right? And that was a long little excerpt there, but what did you say? So she received 127 yesterday, cremated 116, and only 8 were confirmed cases of pneumonia. Like, and she's, yeah, that's crazy, right? And it just keeps rolling, just keeps going up. The cruise ships, that's a whole new I don't know what to think of that. I really don't. They're not giving proper numbers now. Like, everybody's got conflicting numbers, I should say. Not that they're not proper, but they're, yeah, it's just a, wow. There was, I got a pile of stuff on this. That's really, but this one here, the cruise ships, right? So 30, yeah, that's a lot. 10 confirmed out of the first 30 came back, and I took a screenshot of this because I can't find it now. And I knew right away when they posted this, I was like, yeah, if this gets bigger numbers, they're gonna, like, you know, push that away. Because that's a third, right? Of more than 100 samples, 30 tests came back and 10 were confirmed. So, yeah, that's a third. You can almost guarantee there's 1,000, or if not more now, on that cruise ship that are infected. Because it's really hard to detect, and the media is just being a bunch of shitheads. Like, that's the only way to put it, really. Like, I don't know what they're doing. But they can't even get their story straight in different areas, right? For numbers, especially with the cruise ships, right? The cruise ships all got different numbers. And this here, like, how the hell do you test 1,800 people in 4 days? And we're still waiting over a week for 300 tests from this other one. The Princess Diamond. I don't get it. And the Dream Cruise Line, the one that they just let everybody off, the ship previously carried 8 infected passengers who tested positive for the coronavirus after they disembarked. The ship has sailed 4 times since then, and some passengers on the subsequent trips may have been on board at the same time as the sick passenger. Yeah, so there's a lot, right? It just doesn't make sense. Like, there's 8 people who were infected in the past trip, and the ship has sailed 4 times since then. Yeah. Not that it's had 4 trips or four separate people. It's gone to 4 separate ports. I mean, like, sailed 4 separate times, but it's the same group of people on this. Yeah. It's, I don't know. It's so twisted. And I was expecting an update from the the World Health Organization today, which they said they were going to do daily updates, and I still didn't see them today. So I don't know. Yeah. All of the ship's crew, 1,800 crew members, tested negative for the virus on Sunday. And they were there since February 5th. How did they test 1,800 people in 4 days? And we're still waiting for 300 results from this first cruise ship. 6 more, so we're up to 70 now. 70 people, but they managed to test 1,800 people. 336 potentially infected people. That's how many it tested so far. 336. That's what they say. And there's 70 people infected. How do they test 1,800 people? What? And this guy says it here. All cruise ship crew members, more than 1,800, have tested negative for the coronavirus. How you couldn't test half of those people at a time. Couldn't. The labs are overworked. They're already backlogged. Like, it makes no goddamn sense. You know what I mean? See what he says. Let's see what he says. Yeah, and he's reading from a piece of paper too, right? Just so you know. You know.
都係對新型冠狀病毒呈陰性反應嘅。咁由於咧，我哋衛生署對世界夢號郵輪所作嘅衛生檢疫措施咧，已經全部完結晒啦。咁所以咧，喺船上面嘅乘客同埋船上邊嘅員工，亦都係可以落船噶啦。
And they can disembark. They don't have to go on self-quarantine or nothing. They can just go. But 1,800 people. It doesn't make sense because we only got 336 tested as of today. And these guys have been in since these guys were actually in longer than that other ship. They were there since Monday? Maybe? Yeah, it was. It was on Monday. And they've only done 336 tests since Monday. But somehow, miraculously, they were able to do 1,800 tests in 4 days. The health department and the World Stream Cruise quarantine actions are now complete. Like, I don't believe those eyes, bud. I don't believe them. I really don't.
世界夢號郵輪所作嘅衛生檢疫措施咧，已經全部完結晒啦。咁所以咧喺船上面嘅嘅。
Oops.
咁新型冠狀。
Say that again. All crew members, more than 1,800, have tested negative. Dude, that is such a bullshit. Does anybody see that right now? Are you seeing this? Okay. You're seeing this? And right here, Japan today, this is right out of the local area over there. Wow. 336 people were tested so far. And that was as of today. They might be up to maybe, let's say, 400 by now. Maybe, or 350. Or I don't know, who knows. But they wouldn't even be over 500. And what? Say that again? God damn it. And they don't have to do nothing. Like, they can just go about their business and do whatever. And here's the mainstream. This is BBC News. Thousands on cruise ship allowed to disembark after tests. No. Fuck. Dude, this is just a shit show. You realize that, right? You realize this? Unbelievable. There's no way they tested 18. No way. They couldn't have tested half, even if they wanted, made it top priority. Because that other cruise ship's probably top priority right now. And they have only got less than 400 done. Because it really does take 2 days to test. It takes 2 days to do a test. And they got all these other cases coming in. They're dealing with. Yeah, it's big, right? There's no way they tested it. That's just a shit bullshit story. But all in all, it's probably the best decision, really. Because you don't want to keep those people on that ship. even if those tests, some of them came back positive, they're just like, here, yeah, just go. Because they can't quarantine another cruise ship. They got their hands full, you know, they got their hands full with this other cruise ship. And yeah, that's huge, right? Diamond Princess, Yokohama Port on Sunday. 6 more, and it's up to 70, but I've heard US stations saying it's only 69. But I don't know, there could be a discrepancy somewhere, but there's a discrepancy everywhere, it seems. Like, I'm reading enough of this and keeping up to date enough of this that I like pick out the I pick out the little fucking, or it's not even little, it's huge. He's, oh yeah, it's sickening, really. Like right there, but that's the best thing to do. You can't keep all those people on that boat. The best thing to do is just let them go, because one, they would never be able to handle another you know, situation like this that's unfolding right now with this first one. You know, they only tested 336 potentially, and that's as of today. You know, the only ministry said it tested 336, and these guys have been in there since Monday. That's, well, 7 days, I guess, and they've only got less than 400 done. And I don't know, these guys somehow managed to get 1,800 tests done in 4 days. Like, it's what? Wow, it's just bullshit, right? But whatever, it was the best thing to do. So because you can't keep all those people on there. No. And here it is again. Another cruise ship, Diamond, has quarantined in Tokyo, has 70 passengers on board have been diagnosed. And that, you know, like, this thing is hard to detect in the early stages. Like, people could have this, but they're, you know, at the gestation period, the time to that this thing can get into your system is up to like 14 days. You know, they've only been on the cruise for, well, I guess 5 days, but now it's coming into 12 days on the boat, I guess, because they spent 7 days docked. So the longer they're on here, they're just getting more and more. It's like, oh my fuck, because yeah, it's a lot, eh? I can't even. Critics say China has suspended or suppressed and censored information in coronavirus outbreak. Yeah, I think the U.S. is and the world, other worlds, and everybody else are doing the exact goddamn thing. They're just not talking about it. Doesn't seem. Let's go check out some new. Go check out some. See what the coronavirus situation is. SARS. Yeah, it left SARS in the dust. SARS was around for like 2 years and killed about 800 people or 700 and some people. This thing has been around for 2 months and already beat its ass. So, like, let's not talk like this is like some kind of past virus, please. Like, that's what they keep doing. Oh, you know, we've dealt with outbreaks like this before. Yeah, it's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. I knew right from day one there was something really off about this. As soon as they locked down that first city, I was like, what? Ears went up, and I couldn't. After that, I just couldn't stop. I couldn't believe like what I was seeing. But the media has kind of just went kind of silent on it a little, like. But they just keep talking about the death toll like it's actual numbers. What, you know what? We won't get the actual numbers. We won't. It's just until people start, you know, over here, right? In the West, And you're going to see that with the cruise ships, right? We're seeing actual numbers come out of there. You know, because we've never had a big outbreak in a sense, but a cruise ship is really just a floating city. It is. It's the exact same thing as if you were living in like a big city. You'd be in close confinements. You know, you're still going to have open areas, you know. It'd be still the same thing as if you were like in a workplace or anywhere. Or like it's not we're going to see the numbers come out of there. And apparently they only sent the tactical team over to China today. This isn't the tactical team, but this is you know, they're taking more Americans and they're going to be quarantined. Like, they don't know what this is, you know. They do, but they don't. It's still such a mystery, right? And the mistakes being made are epic. And I was like, you mean to tell me you just got boots on the ground today? Like, that's right, they did. Let's go see what the World Health Organization says, that they're only sending a team in just today to see what's actually going on. Because we were just taking China's word for everything, right? There's never been anybody go over there yet and inspect this. Isn't that fucked? Okay, so let's just see what yeah, it is. Where? Yeah, that's what I want. Okay. It's way down here somewhere. Yes. I've just been at the airport seeing off members of an advanced team for the interconventional expert mission to China 5 hours ago. I see it. There it is. As I told media yesterday, spread outside China appears to be slow now. Well, yes, it appears to be slow now because we only can see what the numbers are popping up. You know, we actually can't see this. They don't know who has it. So he goes on to say, but could accelerate. Of course it could, and of course it will. It's just the way it's going to happen. If you don't contain this, like almost to the efforts that China's going through, it's just going to spread. It's just going to get stronger. Just the way it is. That's just the way it is. I'm not going to say. But containment remains our objective, but all countries must use the window of opportunity created by the containment strategy to prepare for the virus' possible arrival. It's not possible. This goddamn thing's coming. And they're not saying it in as much words because they don't want to panic people, right? And this is Dr. Tedros. He is the DG for the World Health Organization, the Director General, by the way, just so you know. I just got caught up on these abbreviations all in the last 2 weeks here too. So, but yeah, anyways, I feel kind of intelligent sometimes when I acronyms. But anyway, so they just got boots on the ground over there. I wonder what kind of sights await them when they arrive. I wouldn't want to imagine. Because this is like a team to go in and they're gonna, you know, do what they do, and they're experts, right? So they know where to go and they're gonna see some things. And maybe that's why they didn't do an update today. Because they usually do like a press conference, like they're supposed to, well, he said he was gonna do one every day. So there have been some concerning instances of onward spread from the people with no travel history to China. The detection of a small number of cases may indicate more widespread transmission in other countries. From the Director General of the World Health Organization. So even a small number of cases may indicate more widespread transmission. Because not everybody's just going to go to the doctor because they got the sniffles. Most people never do. Some people have never been to a hospital in their life. and they like it that way. But this is you know, in not so many words, like it's coming. In an evolving public health emergency, all countries must step up efforts to prepare. This means, oh, excuse me. This means lab capacity for rapid diagnosis and contact tracing and other tools in the public health arsehole. Yeah, it says arsenal, but I don't know. I can't say he's an arsehole because they are looking at data and protocol and procedure and just, you know, he's not only speaking, I don't think he's typing this himself. Like, everything that they release to the public at this level is probably vetted by psychologists and fucking analysts and, you know, how do you say, like they're not just gonna post anything on Twitter, right? Because they are the top of they're the top brass of what they do. So they gotta be very light in what they say and tread lightly as to not create panic, right? But here you got him saying, you know, it, you know, right now it appears to be slow now. You know, it appears, you know, how can you see this by the numbers that aren't really accurate at all? But it says it could accelerate, you know, so containment remains our objective, blah blah. And, you know, he goes on to say here, there's been some concerning instances. Blah, blah, blah. I'm going to take a 5-minute break here soon. I'm going to go smoke a joint and we'll get back to this. Because obviously I just need to chill. I'm just like vibrating right now. Everything's shaking. Not that I'm nervous or nothing. Just I'm just like, what the hell? Like, I'm just so floored by the lack of really realization by the media on this. You know what I mean? They're giving people a false sense of security, but they shouldn't panic people, but they should actually engage people in the topic, because right now it's just like, oh, we can't talk about that. No, that's going to upset people. That's going to hurt somebody's feelings. We can't do that. You know, that's what it is right now. And of course, you know, you don't want to panic the public, because holy fuck, you know, the public will panic. You can guarantee they will. You know, some people, but if you let people evolve into a dialogue, an open dialogue on it, and at least, you know, be able to engage it before it just like drops into your lap, it's probably going to be absorbed better and just taking a slap right in the face once they, you know, if they ever do come to some scientific data where they can say, hey, you know, this is it is. But still nothing, right? But the biggest thing here is, like, it's been December 1st since this first case. December 1st. Go back to the wiki timeline. What happened? What happened? Yes. December 1st was the first case of this. Where was I? Damn it. I was on Twitter. That's where I was. Okay. So yeah, they just got boots on the ground. They just got like an emergency team over there to take a first-hand look for the first time. 2 months, over 2 months. 2 months and 9 days, way too long. Way too long. But China wouldn't let them come in. China thought they could, you know, we're just going to keep dealing with this and scrambling and being reactive and, you know, throwing everything we can at this, but it's just collapsing our society and our healthcare system, our frontline workers. And now it's got to the point where China's like, okay, come on in, look, come on in, see what we did. But that's basically where it's at, right? They're either they're wanting this to spread for some reason, or they're embarrassed of, you know, or whatever. You know, they're trying to hide their oopsie, but it's a big fucking oopsie. And they should have let people in, right? But it's a communist country, and they got a real weird way of, like, well, you could imagine, right? It is. They just have twisted policies and procedures, and they have none. They just make them up on the fly as whatever they see fit. Yeah. And then, you know, this guy's like keeps saying, hey, please everybody, all countries, to share what they know in real time. I reiterate my call for calm. They're telling everybody to calm down. That's when you should be, well, not panicking, but definitely not fucking calm. In my opinion, like, I don't know. I reiterate my call for calm. Solidarity, human, financial, and scientific solidarity. Any breach in solidarity is a victory for the virus. Oh my god, that sounds just like what China was saying about, like, any person who doesn't, any person who doesn't serve, like, you know, the fight against this is a, what did they say? A traitor to the state? Well, what? Kind of. Any breach in solidarity is a victory for the virus. Pretty well, though. It is. If people don't adhere to the quarantine measures, or you know, it's not necessarily quarantine, but let's just call it a vacation, for a little bit indoors, because that's what it's going to come to. Only way to stop this, the only way, and we don't know nothing about it. We really don't. We don't know if this can infect other animals. You know, what if this thing can infect, like, wildlife and fucking cattle and, like, all the meat supply? Like, if it gets into the animals, this thing could fucking just wipe out the whole food chain and everything. We don't know what this is. But there is a paper that came out that says that this thing is capable of infecting more broader range of hosts. Right? Maybe not just mammals. Maybe, like, fucking everything. You know, like, what if it is? What if it could do that? Right? Very shit, right? You gotta think of it. It's scary in the sense that human culture and life, or as we know it, like society today, is never gonna be the way it is now for a long time. Like, it's like the world as we know it is gonna change. And it's not a scare tactic, it's not a fear tactic, but that's just the way it is, and you got to be prepared for that. Some people are going to shit the bed. That's all there is to it. You know, but everybody's got to be together. You know, for the most part, people are resilient. Humans are absolutely resilient creatures, and in times of crisis, it will bring people, and it does bring people. You know, and that's my speech. You know. Think of that. But it does, right? It does. And people have a sense, you know, they are good-hearted. People really are deep down. Some people are assholes. Well, actually, most people are assholes. But deep down, push comes to shove, people are human. And, you know, well, except, you know, these guys. These guys aren't human. Guarantee that. You know what I mean? These guys come in and, like, snatch you out of your home. These people here, like, this cop's not doing nothing. He's just a supervisor, right? They got hired thugs or street level people, right? And it's like, hey, you want to make some money? You want to, like, do whatever the hell you want? Just come with us and drag people out of houses all day, sick people, right? And quarantine them, and they have no problem doing that. probably. Like it's a different yeah, different breed, right? And the army is even worse. The army in China is even worse. Military, because they are literally bred from children, like child soldiers. They really are. And they are brainwashed to the utmost extent. They are conditioned like it is. They're just, there's no how do you say, there's no conscience. There's not. And there's not really any deviation from like order. Like these guys take an order, it's like a dog, right? They are. It's like a pack of wolves. You just unleash them on a fucking nation to do whatever they want. And he did. He signed the order to do this. 29th. There it is there. She orders the military contribute to winning battle. Yeah, you know, they make it sound like it's so nice. Yeah, it's the winning, you know, ta-da. Yeah, it has nothing to do. This is probably the worst thing that ever was unleashed upon those people in China. You know, just this military order alone. Really, because it's a ticket to, it's an open ticket to do whatever they want. Armed forces are tasked with treating patients, which you know, in Wuhan hospital, which reflects high level of trust that the party and the people place in them. And their orders are to meet the expectations and fulfill the task. Military must strengthen, enhance coordination with local authorities and hear and pay attention to their own protection. They got a free pass to go in and just like, there's no human like there's no human rights, but there's also no compassion or humanity. Like it's just, it's a really sad situation. And we got conflicting stories everywhere, right? On the west coast, on the fucking east coast, on the south, on the north. It's all around, right? It's just, and it's like they're stalling. Not that, I shouldn't say they're stalling, but like what the hell took them so goddamn long to first, you know, get people on the ground? 5 hours ago, you know, they just left the airport. They won't be in China till like fucking another 7 or 12 hours. It depends what they're flying in, I guess, but it's crazy. You know, they're just getting boots on like first-hand observation on this and like being able to see what the numbers are. But the reason why the lockdowns came into effect so hard, like they started locking down everybody and like putting people in their houses and scaring people so bad that people wouldn't want to come outside, is because now these people are coming in. These guys are coming in. They want everything to be, you know, mom and dad are coming home, we gotta clean up. Basically, that's what it is. Fucking serious. It's terrible, right? But they're gonna see, and they're gonna get some data. We're gonna see from these cruise ships. We're gonna get the data, but the numbers are being skewed. Yeah, I'm like, what the hell? Every news source is like almost saying a different thing. It's not extremely different, but you know, testing 1,800 passengers in 4 days when we're still waiting over a week for them to test 300 on the other cruise ship, but they somehow miraculously just test 1,800 fucking 4 days, and they're just like, yeah, you guys are all good to go. Just get off and don't worry about the 8 other people that were infected on the past voyage, that probably infected the crew, that probably infected you. You know, it's and there's no quarantine, there's nothing. But that's just, it's like there's comes to a point where you just probably have to say enough's enough. And I think that's what the health ministry in Japan said. enough's enough, because they can't handle another ship. Even if there was people positive on there, do you know how much stress that would put on their healthcare system that's already stressed right to the max dealing with this other cruise ship that people are coming off of? Oh, like total up to 70 now. You know, this thing's been in port for, well, 7 days now, and they've only got 336 tests done. Somehow, miraculously, they completed fucking 1,800 tests in 4 days on this one. But, you know, I know that's bullshit. It's just total bullshit. And it's just and those tests, you know, the tests that they might have tested for, even if they did test for them, probably did come back. A couple of them positive or something, but they're just like, fuck it. Just let them go, you know? And you can't keep them in that environment, because it's just going to make more people sick. You know, if you don't have it now, you're going to have it later, kind of thing, because it's just circulating air. You know, it's mixing it with fresh air, but it's, you know, all these cabins are all joined together with like the ventilation system. Not like each cabin has its own special ventilation system. That would just, no. Unlike, you know, some cabins have an outdoor balcony. You know, I'd be sleeping outdoors. If I had a balcony, I'd be out there. I would not be in that ship. If I knew that was infected like that, I'd be outside. I wouldn't be inside. Take all the bed and blankets and I put them out in the fucking thing and I'd sleep out there. I would. I would not be inside that ship, because it would just circulate the air, and we know now that it is in fact transmissible through the air, which is you know, China Daily, and this is China State Media's kind of thing, but it was a study done out of Singapore. No, not Singapore. I don't know. My brain's just so rattled by the past few. Okay. Shanghai, that's where it was. I knew it was started with an S. So, Shanghai officials reveal new coronavirus transmission modes. But we all kind of suspected before, or at least I did, that it's got to be airborne. It has to be. The way that it's spreading so viciously fast. So aerosol transmission refers to the mixing of virus with droplets into the air, form aerosols. Basically, yeah, it's airborne. And who did this? Confirmed transmission routes of the novel coronavirus include direct transmission, contact transmission, and aerosol transmission. So that's, you know, it just makes it more spread so easily. So this guy is Zen. Highlight that, would you? The hell, it's gonna crash. It's a bit. But anyway, this guy here, deputy head of the Shanghai Civil Affairs Bureau. But I don't know, Civil Affairs Bureau. I guess he would be involved in that. Experts explain that direct transmission refers to infection caused by inhalation of air close to a patient who sneezes and coughs, while contact transmission occurs when a person obviously touches it. Yeah. And it's reiterated here, right? Confirmed aerosol. Yeah, there's just so many ways this can affect you. These guys aren't taking no risks. Look at this guy, he's got a self-contained. This is the flight back when they're pulling United States citizens out of Wuhan. This is not a regular airplane, as you can see. This is probably pressurized, or like, well, it would be pressurized, but it's probably some, I don't know, hopefully that thing can circulate some good fresh air and not circulate the dead air that's in there. because all those people, if let's say that person's infected, but all these other people are not. Well, that one person's infected, they'll infect that person, that person, that person, that person. You know what I mean? It's just the way it would be. If they're in the same area and they're breathing, somebody might not have had this, but now that they got on the flight, now they have it. Even with the air mask, even with the respirator masks on, or whatever have you. There's just too many ways to contaminate it.
Show of hands, has anybody not finished it yet?
I can't get enough of this dude. But anyways, this guy's actually funny. Like, if he doesn't sound like he's very coordinated. Like, I guess they're asking for if people filled out the questionnaire, like the health questionnaire, or whatever kind of thing they have to have filled out before they land. Because if they land and they don't have it filled out, then you can't get off the plane.
The only reason I say this is it's going to get really weird when everybody gets off the plane and you cannot. Because you have to have that in order to leave this airplane.
Leave this airplane. I don't know. It's a lot, right? And the numbers are just off everywhere, on every possible walking. Oh, it's just disgusting. It is. I look at the press box over here. Like, they're just. And then they set up. What did they set up? They set up like a tunnel thing now. You can't see.
So what I was saying, it's my third trip in
Oh,
Africa.
where's that
in 3
coming
months.
from?
I've been in Mali, I've been in Morocco, I've been to Egypt.
Oh, that's nice. Where's it at? There it is. So they set up this here. People getting taken out. Like, I'm sure they wouldn't be too happy to be informed that, hey, you got this. And they all got cell phones and TVs in there, and they can see what's happening on the sense. And yeah, it would be such a good. Some of these people be probably pretty resistant. You know, I don't. It's just a lot. It is. I feel so bad for them, but like, I feel so bad for all of them, for everybody involved in this. Because there's like nothing that they can do. Nothing. So this here is the one that's currently still floating around at sea. Well, not the Diamond Princess, but the Westerdam. And they say there are no known cases of coronavirus on board, despite reports contrary. The cruise line said, and the Westerdam is not in quarantine. So they had one stop in Taiwan, but otherwise they've been floating at sea. We've been denied essentially every port in the country since leaving Hong Kong. But they do have a suspected person on there. Not suspected, but he was in the area. But nobody wants to deal with a cruise ship. Like, Japan just let that one go, I think. I really do. I think they just said no. Because you can't test 8 tests. Like they said. Yeah, it's a lot, right? Yeah. All 18 have been tested negative. but yet there was 8 passengers on there just the last trip that tested positive since. Unreal. And then they say here the World Dream cruise ship was quarantined in Hong Kong on Wednesday after 3 former passengers test positive. But over here they say, oh no. They say 8 in other statements. It's got so much stuff. Yeah. Where is it all at? Alright, I'm gonna try this. Yeah, see, they say 3 former passengers. But other people are saying where did that Business Insider? I think it was this one. Yeah. Yeah, this one here says 8 infected passengers. Streamline Cruise learned February 3rd that the ship had previously carried 8 infected. And over here they're saying, no, it's not 8. Only 3. 3 former passengers. What are you talking about? 8. And look, 8. Unreal. That's just conflicting everywhere. Just whatever they want to say now, maybe. I don't know. Seems it's just like whatever they just. But we're learning some very, very disturbing information about this. You know, it can live. You know, it can live for a few days, or it definitely can live on surfaces. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter the time, especially in like a highly populated area, because you know, even in a store, you know, you got people opening doors all day long there, and if somebody has that, well, it could live on the door and spread it to, all it has to do is spread to one person, and then that person's going to spread it to other people, and then chain reaction, right? The numbers are so wrong. Let's just look at the numbers for fun anyway. Let's just see what numbers they pulled out of their arse. This 37. I say we break 40 by midnight, maybe. Oh. Oh, we broke 40 already. Wow. We'll break 1,000 deaths by midnight then. Say that. Yeah, like, and those numbers are way off. You know, it doesn't have to look at them. But I'm gonna shut down for 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. And I will be back. If you want to stick around and do all that kind of stuff. I appreciate it. Share, sub, and all that kind of good stuff. Hey, thanks for sticking around if you did that. I am nicely toasted. Thank you, thank you. So, yeah. It's my medicinal medicine, that actually is. I got a license for it, I grew up. Oh, that kind of good. So, where am I at here? Okay. Chris. Just a second ago, I just seen this. So China apparently is gonna go back to work, and I have some very disturbingly comedic video from the State Department in China about the regulations, and the precautionary measures they're going to put in effect while people go back to work. Yeah. So, let's get right into this. I didn't even give myself a chance to breathe. It was pretty big. I smoked a pretty big one. So it's not the coronavirus, I don't think. Oh fuck, you never know. I got the burps too. It's gastrointestinal. Oh, you know, those are signs now, apparently. not just gastrointestinal complications like diarrhea and, you know, like gas and just, you know, cramps in your stomach is some of the symptoms with this here. I'm okay with that. Whatever. Can't see me. You can't see me. I don't know. Maybe they can. Who knows? Privacy is not really protected at all ever. Conspiracy theories. Can you tell I'm baked now or what? I don't know. Come on, like my computer knows I'm baked. Okay. Okay, so let's focus. I said that. Pardon me. My goodness. Go away. Hey, I got 6 more people. You son of a. I'm gonna. Alright. Hey. Okay. Ready? 6 more people quarantined aboard luxury cruise liner moored at the Japanese port of Yokohama tested positive for the coronavirus on Sunday, bringing the total number to 70. Though no infections were found among 5 crew members and 1 passenger. 4 Filipinos and 1 American and 1 Ugandan aged 20 to 70. So this is not, you know, people were saying at first, hey, this is, oh, it only affects older people or people with underlying issues. No, I knew that right from the get-go. I knew that was just no. And they kind of went with it because China's numbers, that's what they were officially reporting on. But this, no. This affects everyone equally. Age, gender, birth, don't matter. So Japan's health ministry said, adding that none were displaying serious symptoms. So meaning like they were, you know, just maybe had the cough or maybe a slight fever or, you know, so basically asymptomatic, you know, like, but still spreading or shedding, actually, as they would call it, shedding the virus. And it's mostly through the mouth, like breathing, and that's what they're kind of going with, right? And it goes through, like, you can, if it seeps through your pores. So like if you touch something, and you know, like it can live on the surfaces now, they're saying. They say up to 9 days based upon other coronavirus tests. Like the other coronavirus strains can live up to like 9 days on the surface, some of them, given the right conditions. And the right conditions are basically low temperature and high humidity. They thrive in that kind of environment. So yeah, Japan health authorities have now tested 336 of the ship's 3,700 passengers. Initially, 273 at-risk people were tested, but all passengers and crew have since been given thermometers and told to take their temperature every 4 hours, rectally. No, not really rectally. I did that. But those with temperatures above 37.5 degrees have to inform medical workers aboard the ship. So, I don't know. I would. I'd be like, hey, do you got any alcohol? Or anything? I'm just gonna get really drunk, right? Yeah, it'd be rough. But what's concerning here, what's interesting here, is that we see Japan health authorities have now tested 336, and this is as of 18 minutes ago. But there's actually an earlier report before this, so this is a few hours old. These numbers, but this is saying officially tested 336 of the 3,700 passengers. I'm just wondering how they tested 1,800 people in 4 days. Because this ship, the other ship's actually been there longer. This one, Diamond Princess, has actually been there since Monday. This one here has only been there since Wednesday. But yet they managed to test 1,800 people, and all of them tested negative. Isn't that interesting? But so far, Japan health authorities have now only tested 336, and this thing's been here for a week. The other one's been here for 5 days, but miraculously, actually 4 days. But miraculously, they've tested 1,800 people, and they all came back negative. And these guys are, well, we just don't. We're just fucking around. We're just fucking around. Those guys are just, oh. Those are the lab monkeys, I guess, performing the fucking test or something. It's amazing, you know, the misinformation coming out of there. It really is. Out of everywhere. And if you're not paying really close attention, you catch it. See. I'm gonna roll it again just for fun.
That Wuhan also has China's own,
because I like this guy now,
biosafety level 4 super laboratory.
Like, I follow him on Twitter.
Works with the world's
I do.
most
He's my Twitter buddy.
To include, yes, coronavirus. They also claimed for almost 2 months, until earlier this week, that it had originated in a seafood market in Wuhan. That locals had contracted it from animals in, say, bat soup or snake tartare. That is not the case. The Lancet published a study last weekend demonstrating that of the original 40 cases, 14 of them had no contact with the seafood market, including patient 0.
I read the article.
As one epidemiologist said, that virus went into the seafood market before it came out of the seafood market. We still don't know where it originated. Could have been another seafood market. Could have been a farm. Could have been a food processing company. I would note that Wuhan also has China's only biosafety level 4 super laboratory that works with the world's most deadly pathogens, to include, yes, coronavirus. Yet China is still lying about all of this. They've been lying about it from the very beginning, and you don't need their history of lying about SARS in 2003, though it is relevant here. You just have to see what's happened over the last 2 months. We now know that the first case manifested no later than December 1, even though China didn't reveal it to the WHO until a month later on December 31st, when they continued to hide it from their own citizens, and they continued to say that it had been contained inside Wuhan. Today, it is in every single province in China. Also, while you were sleeping, China now has its entire border with Russia closed. 2,600 miles. Russia has closed that border. El Al has shut down travel between Israel and China. Air France has shut down travel between China and France. And that's in addition to all the other countries that have already shut down travel. From what we know so far, and there's still many unknowns, this virus could have both a long incubation period, as much as 14 days, and individuals could be contagious while asymptomatic, which was not the case with SARS in 2003. I want to talk about the biggest and the most important story in the world, the Wuhan coronavirus. This coronavirus is a catastrophe on the scale of Chernobyl for China, but actually it's probably worse than Chernobyl, which was localized in its effect. The coronavirus could result in a global pandemic. While you were all sleeping overnight, the number of diagnosed cases in China increased by 30%. Now, let me be clear, that's not new cases, that is just newly admitted cases. It is probably several orders of magnitude higher than that. Now, look at China's own actions. They have quarantined 60 million people, 60 million, more than the entire population of our West Coast. They've shut down schools indefinitely. Classes canceled nationwide indefinitely. Hong Kong, a part of China, has basically shut down all travel from the mainland. That's why it is essential that we immediately stop all travel on commercial aircraft between China and the United States. Making exceptions, of course, for American citizens to come back, as we just brought back yesterday, allowing essential trade to flow as long as crews on ships and aircraft are not allowed to go into the general population in America, and making exceptions, of course, for medical personnel to go into China to try to get a handle on this.
Crazy, eh? But it's real, and it's happening, and the signs are all there. The cruise ship numbers are really just rattling around in my head right now because it's wow, and I don't even know where to begin. No, I don't, because here, you know, you got Forbes.
And that's certainly what the investigators are going to look at.
Chill out there, George. All right, World Dream cruise ship, Hong Kong on Wednesday. After 3 former passengers tested positive for the disease. So 3 former people. So not people that are on this current voyage. You know, there was 3 other people that got off after and then got sick, went to the hospital, tested positive. So if there was at least 3 people on this past voyage that were sick, there would be more. Definitely. 100%. You couldn't. It would almost be impossible for there's not to be more if there was 3. Like, it would be. Yeah. Oh, it would. It would have to. Because this thing, the RO value on this is through the roof. And let me show you a video of why the RO value, the reproductive, or actually it's called the R naught. It's which means how many people can be infected with one person. And I'm going to show you the math on how that actually unfolds. And it's real math, and it's real scale. And the RO is kind of tended. Well, the World Health Organization stated it's either a 1.3 or a 4.9, which is either nothing at all or batshit crazy, and that's where they left it. That's what they said, and they have, but they know it's, you know, some places it's like, well, it's not so bad here, and other places it's like, holy fuck, it's just out of control here. Anyways, we're trying to find that. It's a mathematical breakdown in terms of, let's say, an R naught of 4 is where they put it at. But we could actually, you know, err on the side of the greater, for sure. So let me just I might be in the wrong one. Actually, yeah, I am. Okay, actually, let me. I got so much stuff open. Like, just forgive me for a minute. Like, got so much information I need to share, and I just don't know how to like unpack it all. There's just so much. It's like, bleh, fuck. And it's just my brain gets overloaded because there is so much, and but there's so little. So much, but really so little. That makes sense. Okay, come on. Yeah, like I got like four browsers going with like my streaming software and like maxed windows and like browsers. She'll come around. She's got her in her.
You'd have just about
She does.
$450,000. But if you started saving only 5 years later at 35,
okay, we just don't need to hear that though.
Would be $343,000.
We're not talking dollars.
$100,000 less.
Stop.
That's because the earlier you start saving and investing,
God.
the longer your money has to grow.
My apologies.
But getting started is just one
And that's not even where it's coming from.
The other challenge is to keep going. One strategy to stay motivated is to give yourself intermediate, shorter-term retirement goals. For example, how much
it's going to be impossible to fucking track that down.
By 35,
okay, I think I found it.
By age 30, you should have the equivalent of 50% of your salary set aside for retirement.
Go away. I'm so sorry about that. There. Oh, it's such a relief. Okay, now I forget what I was doing. God damn it. Okay. Yes, the breakdown of the R naught value. Can we do that, please? Am I just function enough? Just yeah, she's working pretty hard now. I am gonna have to just sacrifice a few windows that I really don't need right now. Just bear with me. I should almost be using I'm actually going to do it this way. It's going to be a lot faster if I do it through Task Manager. Oh, stuck on that. Come on, girl. Come on, you got it in ya. And this guy here, he was asked about they asked him like if it was coming maybe from the laboratory, and like he's like, don't be spreading such false rumors and da 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 da. Yeah, sorry about this. 1 second. Get this rolling again. He's having a rough time. But where did he? I asked for test man. Kid. My computer's like, no, don't get to do want to do. Oh. Again, I'm trying to clear my browser here because I got so much stuff open. Actually, I got 3 browsers open. 4, technically. There we go. Come on, girl. Just like the RAM, I could just imagine. Like it's just, yeah. Processor's just maxed right out. Okay. Processes. Firefox. Oh, it's just gonna be so slow either way. Whatever. This could only happen to me, you know, like when I'm trying to figure stuff out. Come on. I'm not responding. You're gonna, oh, you know what? You're fired. Fired. Oh, once I get a couple of windows closed, it'll be alright, because it's just, you know, there is a lot going through. There, it's starting to pick up now. Oh, there we go. She's back on track. Back on track. Okay. It's gonna take a second though. It is responding now. Oh, wait. This is awesome. Love it. Interrupting my thought process. Like it's pissing me. Fuck off. Use my language. Okay. Can we all agree now that this is, we're all gonna cooperate and we're gonna like do what we're supposed to now? Can we all agree? Fucking pricks. Yeah. Alright. That might be enough. Okay, so Oob. And this guy gives a really good breakdown of how the R not value works. And it's very important. Because what I'm trying to say is like this thing is spreading ridiculous fast. It's just the way it is. If there's 3 people on that cruise ship, there's my thought process. Welcome back. If there's 3 people on that cruise ship, there's got to be more people infected. There would have to be. I'll show you why. Oh my goodness. See if that does it. It's just a long title. Okay, so we'll run it back maybe to here. Write it up like this. Everybody can see.
From China CDC. So again, I think that.
Okay, hold on. Whoa. We're gonna go back and we'll check out. It's kind of blah 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 through the credentials because it just goes through all the people who were a part of making this model. Okay, but anyways, we'll start at release number 1 back here. Cooperate. Okay.
I believe it is. I think we can go forward and look at this study and see what it's going to tell us. All right. Again, not peer reviewed, but we're going to have to go with what we've got. In this study, the abstract here is we estimate the effective reproduction number for 2019 nCoV based on the daily reported cases from China CDC. So again, I think the daily reported cases are low. So this is one potential, not flaw, but it's a limitation of the study. They are using daily reported cases from the China CDC, which we've all had access to as well. I think those are low, very low possibly. But even that, with that, the results indicate that 2019 nCoV has a higher effective reproduction number than SARS with a comparable fatality rate. So let's step through this data really quick. Look, they've done some stuff here. I promised you there wouldn't be math. Looks like there is some math. I'm putting this up here in case anybody can confirm or refute it. I am not at all an expert in this kind of modeling, and I don't understand all of these pieces in here because I haven't done this sort of modeling. But there's some pieces in here I think we can all sort of understand, which is important. They have some variables in here that you need to know about. L being the average latent period. That's the period that in between when you are being exposed and when you are actually out there being infective. There's a length of the average infectious period, so they're taking that into account. There's the logarithmic growth rate of the case counts as reported. So that's a given. That's an input variable. And so this is just how what the model was and how it was put together. But I think they've got all the big pieces in there. Looks good. So far, so good. All right. Okay. This is where we have to really strap ourselves down into our seats so we don't go flying off into outer space. Using the data described above, R is estimated to be 4.08, indicating that an infected patient infects more than 4 susceptible people during the outbreak. So this is huge. If this is true, this is absolutely enormous news. And it means that this thing is absolutely uncontainable. It means that what the WHO did yesterday, and by the way, this came out on the 29th, so the WHO has access to this sort of information, and they decided, you know what, we're not going to block travel, we're not going to block trade because, well, we would like the stock market to continue to go up and we wouldn't want people to panic or whatever their story is. But what they're really saying is we don't want people to be prepared for this. They've made some sort of a cost calculation and said, the benefit of letting people know about this versus the economic harm that would result from that versus not letting people know about this and just letting this thing sort of burn through and burn itself out, we're going to go with option B in this story. That's the only way I can interpret what they did at this point in time. So again, we've been using things like an R naught of 2.5. It's really even higher than a recent estimate of 3.6 in 4.0. So that's another study that they're citing here on citation 8. So this means that compared against the 2003 SARS epidemic, the R of this new coronavirus, novel coronavirus, is higher than that of SARS in the places where it was measured and used, calculated using the same method. So they did some sensitivity analyses. They varied the values of the latency and D. That means the resulting mean of R estimates is 4.08 with a standard deviation of 0.36. So it could be somewhere between those two numbers right there, 95% confident. That's what a CI confident interval, given these things. Now, again, this is early data. This could all change, but we're just giving you the best information that we've got. This is the best information I've come across. So what does that mean to have an R naught of 4.08? So I've cleaned up this table a little bit. You're going to see slightly different numbers because I thought of a better way to improve this to make it just a little bit easier to understand. So here we have a variety of R naughts down here that span from 1 to 4. And each one of those cycles, a cycle is when we start here with an R naught of 1, one person has it, and they give it to one other person, and they give it to one other person. With an R naught of 1.28, which is the average infectivity R naught of the standard or common seasonal flu virus, one person starts with it, and on average, they progress it to 1.28 other individuals, who, when we multiply that number by 1.28, they give it to 1.64. I'm now rounding numbers. But after 10 cycles of infectivity, the common average flu is up to infecting 9 people. And after 20 cycles, or hops from person to person, after 20 full cycles, 109 people have been infected by that original first person, with total infections, which would be the sum of this row, of 494. And obviously the total sum of 20 cycles through an R naught of 1 is just 20. So when we go to an R naught of 2, we can see that after just 10 cycles instead of 9, we now have 512 people have gone out and been infected. After 20 cycles, you have this crazy 500,000 number here, 524,288, with total infections of a little over 1 million. And SARS was thought to be around 3. It has this 3, which gives you these crazy numbers out here. But with an R naught of 4, what does that mean? It means that after just 10 cycles, we are at 262,144, which again, when CNN and the media is telling you that, oh, this is just like the regular flu, they are trying to convince you that it's comparable. To compare a value of 9 infected people out there to 262,000 infected people. And obviously, by the time you get to 20 cycles through this, that's 274 billion. That's way more. It's only 7.8 billion people on the face of the planet. So this gets crazy. An R naught is a crazy, crazy, insane number. And why does that matter? Well, let's look. We just found out that Japan now has 17 confirmed coronavirus cases. We talked yesterday that there was a bus driver who got this coronavirus from a traveling group of people who came from Wuhan. This is a bus driver with an R naught of 4. It's an almost virtual guarantee that they then spread it if they were still on the job during the infectious days, driving people around, coughing into the air, and doing all of that. And here's why it matters so much, because if we said that this bus driver, if you managed to catch them when they had just gone through one infective cycle, all you have to do is hunt down 4 people, isolate them. You can contain this virus. But if you miss it for a little while, well, now you've got 1,000 people to hunt down. That gets hard. if not impossible. Miss just one more cycle, and now you've got 4,000 people you got to go out and find, and that becomes truly impossible. So that's why it's really important to catch these things early, catch them often, don't let them get started. That's why.
Yeah, so and that's why I was saying about the cruise ship. All right, I was saying about the passengers on the cruise ship. There was 8 people who were previously infected. They say, well, this one here from Forbes says 3 former passengers, but I got sources from 2 other sources that say there were 8 passengers. And it would have to be that one of those people would have affected a staff member. They would have had to, you know what I mean? They would have come in contact with a staff member at some point in time on that ship, whether it be getting their keys or hotel service or room service, delivering bottles of champagne or eating out, like eating dining room. You know what I mean? Like, these people would have infected. Okay, just wait. Come on. Right here. Okay, so right here, even if it was 3, like this, like Forbes is reporting, but here we got the Business Insider, and they're reporting that Dream Cruise Line learned on February 3rd that the ship had previously carried 8 infected passengers. 8, and with an R0 of, like, let's give it a median value here, and even say 3.5. Right? This thing would be vicious on a cruise ship. Let's say, look, that's 3, right? Okay, let's just say that there was, 8 people infected, right? 8 people infected on the last cruise would essentially infect 27 people. And those people that caught it would spread it to 81 people. And, you know, it would. There would definitely be more than 5 people. And let's go. I'm going to show you a video from the World Health Organization, and where they talk about the R0 value, and they tell it's in their technical briefing. They haven't really done any technical briefing since then. They've just kind of been giving us fluff since then. Waiting on data, just blah 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 blah. Well, yes, there's, you know, we're waiting on this, and we need more money. Basically, that's all what their meetings are about these days, is we need more money for making more resources. And yeah, definitely I can see, but bond, it's just easier for me to find it on my wall and have to go search, because these videos, for some reason, like, if you search them, damn, they're hard to find now. Like the older, not older ones, but like, yeah, they're like, I think it's like a week old. But nothing has changed, so everything's still relevant from this. But what it is I want to show you the R0 value right from like the World Health Organization. Yeah, I just got a pile of stuff on this, right? You do technical briefing. It is, and okay, so it's at 3830. Go 3830. My poor computer's just like, oh, it hurts. No more Windows. Okay, 3830. Where are we? 3830. This is some heavy stuff, right? And they've estimated the R0 value now, like, since this meeting, and a new study came out of China, from I think Shanghai or Beijing, one of the places, and they estimated the R0 value to be a 4.08. And they still stick by that.
And as testing capacity increases. Among the fatal cases in China, these are strongly associated with advanced age, over 60 years old, and comorbidities are common in older patients, but this may not be an independent risk factor. We know the cause.
Yeah, it may not be an independent risk factor because those are numbers being reported out of China, remember. There's no oversight in China, right? Oh, they're just saying like it's older people, but we know that it affects everybody the same now.
Cause of death is due to progressive respiratory and multi-organ failure, and that most deaths have occurred after 7 to 10 days.
Multi-organ failure.
There is good news that 684 people have recovered, but we do want to caution on the use of these percentages that the true case fatality ratio may change over time.
Hey, blah, blah, let's get to it.
If we look at the transmission features, you've seen this slide previously, so I won't go into it in detail, but just to mention that we do have 54 full genome sequences available, and we encourage all of you to continue to make your sequences available so that more phylogenetic analyses can be conducted, but the animal source has not yet been identified. So it is possible that there still may be spillover events or transmission between animals to humans in China.
Spillover events. Like it's spilt out of a can somewhere, or maybe a lab. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading that wrong. I don't know.
Just to give you some updates on some transmission parameter estimates, we're working with a modeling network of modelers across the globe, including colleagues in China. And the estimates of the reproduction number range from 1.4 to 4.9, so above 1.
1.4 to 4.9. That's what they said. That's what they said. A 1.4, which is the average, to like even bigger than what's on this chart, to like a 5. Like, but the newest studies that came out, like they were saying here, estimated to be at a 4.08, and they figure that that's actually accurate, which it seems to be, considering how many people are infected off that first cruise ship. Look at this, and I took a screenshot of it first, like, because I knew that ship was just fucking explode with people, and I knew that they would probably try to doctor these or whatever. But this was taking a snapshot from CNN, and I can't find this article anywhere. But this is what they did. And I posted this like 38 minutes after it was posted. But basically it says a third of the tests that came back, they were positive. 10 people aboard the Diamond Princess cruise ship moored in Yokohama Bay have been confirmed as having Wuhan coronavirus, according to Japanese Health Ministry. The 10 confirmed cases were from tests of 31 people. More than 100 samples are still awaiting test results. Passengers and crew, blah, blah, blah. But 10 confirmed cases out of 31 samples they sent. That's a third. Like, that's huge. And then it jumps. It makes a massive jump up to 41. It goes, just skyrockets right away. And then it goes up to 61 people. But since then, it just dropped right off. Now it's only at it's at 70. Currently, it was. In fact, it was 70. Yeah, 6 more coronavirus infections on the ship. So ministry said it had tested 336 potentially infected people, which is more than what Japan is reporting of 273 people. They said that they tested 273 on board. Do you see where the numbers just don't add up at all? Like, and this is from where? This is Japan News. You know, this is like right locally from there. The number of confirmed infections on board reached a total of 61 since the cruise liner arrived at Yokohama port Monday night, 7 days ago. After setting sail from Yokohama port on January 20th, a man who disembarked at his home port in Hong Kong was found to have been infected with the coronavirus. Since learning of the infection, the ministry said they begun testing the 200. So where in the hell is it now? Why is it now like 300? Like, the ministry said it has tested 336 potentially infected people, but only test results, like there's 57 people turned up. That's okay. So latest test results on 50. So out of 57, 6 came up positive. Okay, so 57, 6 came up positive. That's just, I don't know, maybe. It just seems like the numbers kind of creeped right off. Like the first ones, you know, they come up and they tested like the first 10 or the first 31, 10 were confirmed positive. And then the next one, 41 were confirmed positive. And then the next one, there's 6. I just, I don't know. It may be true, but I think there's more infected. There has to be more infected. Because when you get this, it's very hard to detect in the early stages. Like for 2 or 3 days, you can't even detect all. And then once it starts to incubate in your system, after 14 days, up to 14 days, it can take up to 14 days. And even during that time, it's very hard to detect. It's not until you become advanced that they can really, and it's not really advanced, I should say, but like you have to have this for like at least 2 or 3 weeks before they can really detect it in your system. Because it's super hard to test. And they are showing false negatives, right? With the woman in Toronto, Ontario, she flew back and on arrival tested negative, and then drove home, went to London, Ontario. A couple of like 36 hours later, she starts getting ill, calls the hospital, and she goes to the waiting room, and she's in the waiting room with people, but she does have a mask on. But she's in the waiting room with people, expelling this virus all in the everywhere. Like she at least infected one person in that waiting room. Had to, unless there was nobody in the waiting room. But then she would have probably infected a healthcare worker, because and it's in the hospital. That's what happened in Wuhan. It went right through the hospital. There's a really disturbing paper. And here it is here on inanimate surfaces. But basically it's a study about how this is basically taking over hospitals where patients are treated, because it's infecting other patients in the hospital who had it. So like it's viciously contagious. It really is. And then you have people on this cruise ship, like, and it's quarantined and it's just circulating air, and like those people that don't have windows or just cabins, like the inner cabins, they don't have source of fresh air. They just have what's circulating through the vents. And if there's people infected in there, like it's you know, I don't know. It's a lot worse, guarantee it. And they turned away that other cruise ship. I don't know how they did 1,800 tests. Like, do you know what I mean? How do they do 1,800 tests in 4 days? All cruise ship members, you know what I mean? That doesn't make sense. Couldn't. They haven't even tested for 400 yet from the other one, and it was here for 7 days. They just told everybody to get off that ship because they can't handle another influx like that. Because if they had positive cases, they would have to quarantine that ship. The media would be all over it, And they would have to start testing all these people one by one, and they would have to designate a whole other crew of people to, like, resources they just don't have. They let that ship go. There's infected fucking people on that ship. Guaranteed. 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 I don't care what you say. I don't care what I say. Actually, I do. But there is infected people there. Because the R naught value, and they estimated at 4, and this is like
proactive
they estimated at 4, and that's as close as we can get. And it says there was 8 people were on there, right? So even if we went to the 3 and said, okay, we'll go 9 people infected, you know, they would at least infect 27 people, at least. And if one of them might have been a super spreader, like a super spreader is somebody who could literally infect everybody they come in contact with. Like they a ridiculous amount of virus. And it's just the way it is. It's more concentrated. It's just seeps out of everything. I don't know how, but that's how it works, right? They're a super spreader, and there is super spreaders. There has to be. Even the scientists came out and said the same thing. They said the super spreaders has to be super spreaders, otherwise the numbers wouldn't jump so fast, right? And in China, like, we know the numbers are off. They're not even reporting them because they don't have test kits to do it. There's only a certain amount of test kits available. They're trying to pump them as fast as they can, but it's not like they can just magically snap their fingers and these are going to be available all over the world where they need to be. And they're rationing them out. Everybody's testing out everywhere. All the laboratories are all like testing, and they're all backlogged. You can imagine, right? So that, you know, there's infected people on that ship, but they just didn't want to deal with it. They couldn't deal with it. They couldn't handle a ship there. It would break them. It would break them. Their healthcare system. It would. Like, it would just collapse. They don't have the resources now to deal with this ship. Or no, that's the World Dream. But yeah, the World Dream, you know, and it's confirmed that there was 8 infected, tested positive after they disembarked. So they would have had to infect a crew. It would have. It's just how it is. And that one crew member infected at least 1 or 2 people, or 4 or 5, 7. You know what I mean? It's just spreads and spreads, especially in the, you know, even in that area where it's close quarantine. They know that just breathing this in, the person at the table beside them could get it just by breathing in the same atmosphere of air, because virus, other people. Thing is fucking epic, and I don't mean like I'm not trying to make a glorious statement about it in a good way, but it's like, for a virus, you can't get any better than this. So it makes me really like, what? Nature does some crazy stuff. It does. Pretty crazy. But nature follows a pattern. Nature has a curve, and it's a gradual, no big spikes, evolutionary progress. Oh, yes, there are abnormalities in nature. Yes. Why you say you're because nature does some freaky shit, but it takes a while for nature to do. It just doesn't happen. No, it just doesn't. Bear with me here. That's what I'm doing. I'm looking for the PDF file of. So, okay. I'm going to show you this here, and a lot of people are like, no, no. That site called NXI. I can't think of it, but I'll type in I think, yeah, might find it there. Might find a link to it anyway. Because there was a popular media figure, or like he was a book writer and he was a author. Well, yeah, but he was a researcher and he was a columnist for a local paper. It is, and yeah, BioRx, bio, but. He posted it on his Twitter account because these Indian scientists were the first one come out with, you know, after they cultured this in Australia, you know, at the Doherty Institute, they cultured this thing and they grew it and they sent it all to these labs. India was the first lab come out with a paper about this, right? Now it does say this article has been withdrawn, right? But the study was real. Study was real, but they took it down. The authors have to withdraw it, but they found a way to keep it on the website by saying, you know, the authors officially withdrew this, but since it's been out in the public eye, this is where they uploaded it to. Anyways, it's real enough, right? So this thing is not natural. Okay? And they go into some deep mathematics here. This stuff, like it's a real scientific study. And they found that this thing could possibly infect like more than just humans, like other animals and stuff as well. Let's go down and see where the like they got insertion points here. Conclusions. Our analysis revealed several interesting findings. First, we identified 4 unique inserts that are not present in any other coronavirus until date. To our surprise, all 4 inserts map to the short segments of amino acids and the proteins of HIV. So that would make sense why they're sending HIV medicine over to China. The test on this, you know, let's look it up. They're sending HIV. That's preliminary therapeutic medicine, is an HIV medicine, currently not approved by the FDA, but they're sending it over to China to try and see, because they don't have too much in their toolbox at this point, so they got to use what they got, right? And yeah, it's a lot. So this protein is involved in the formation of the particle, so it plays a crucial role in recognizing the host cell by binding to the primary receptor. Okay, so what they're saying here is this binding induces structural rearrangement, creating a high affinity binding site. So meaning that this here actually has more of a chance of affecting different types of cells because it's going to have more binding points to it. All right, and this is, and that's it. It's so fucking obvious, you know. Like, why didn't they come out with the where's the second study on this? We haven't seen any second studies out on this. This was the first one that came out. It hit the public eye. They can't take it back now, but the only thing they can do is the authors that first originally produced it, they can retract it because it's a preliminary report, right? But it still is in a public database. But people seen it already, like millions of people seen it before they took it down, so they were just like, well, fuck, it's there now. So, but the only thing they could do was write a disclaimer on it saying, you know, this article has been withdrawn. But it's not saying that it's fake. It's not. This came from 2 prestigious universities in India with a team of fucking bioengineers, and it was a team of them that put this paper together. Right? And they're like, something does not seem right here. This doesn't seem natural. This paper concludes, basically. It's a lot to digest. It is, because there's so many little fucking, and they're still saying, well, we don't know much about it, but well, yeah, we believe that it's now transmissible through the air. And right here you have Dr. Tedros from the World Health Organization. He's the Director General. And, you know, they just got boots on the ground in there. In China. Like, they've just been going on whatever China's been saying. Like, those numbers, like, all you see these big numbers. Actually, they're little numbers, but... you know, this is Dr. Tedros. What he says. I just been at the airport seeing off members of an advanced team of experts. And they're going into Wuhan, China to find out what the hell is going on. And it took them 2 months to put people in there, apparently. We don't know. Actually, I had people before, but they're saying there's people going there now. Well, but they still won't be there for like another probably 10 hours. And when they do land, like, who knows? They're gonna see some things, and they probably already have, but I don't know. Maybe not, because China just said, "Yeah, come on over. We shit the bed." You know, like that's, and they tried to cover it up. They tried to contain it, and they couldn't. Tried to contain it. Or maybe they didn't try to contain it. Maybe they tried to make it spread. That's, you know, I don't see the logic in that, but people are fucked. Especially a communist party country, right? Like, you don't know what the hell's going on. Especially going in and like doing what they're, right? Like, it's a lot. Well, let's go check it and see if there is. What? Morning rounds. Quick retraction. Yeah, the number of deaths went up to 908. But that's, you know, we can just take the number. Not even look. But the images and the reaction an action kind of to lock down like 50 up to like 54 cities now or like, and they say they're going back to work today. That's another thing. They're not going back to work. You think those people are going to go back to work? What are they going to do? Nothing else running anywhere. All the transportation is like stopped. What are they going to do? It's not just going to be like business as usual. There might be very limited people that I don't think they want to go outside because everybody's quarantined. You got people quarantined, but then you're like, well, we're going to go back to work. So which is it? You know, you got them literally like, it's all a frontline news for like the world stage. China's still trying to like get like, oh yeah, we're just gonna go back to work tomorrow. Nothing's open. All the schools are closed. Like, what are people gonna do with their kids? You know what I mean? Like, all the schools are closed indefinitely, and it's just a communist party, fucking whatever, right? Our media, well, they just keep talking about past viruses. Well, you know, back in the day when we had the SARS virus and this, and no, this is nothing like anything you fucking imagine. Really, that's just the blunt of it. Whether it be man-made or nature, whatever, it is vicious. It is really, in China, I think, unstoppable. But in other places, I don't know. You know, like, this thing kind of creeps for a while. Oh, it doesn't just hit you, and if you just get the sniffles and a little, you know, little groggy and all, you know, it's just like a flu, but not like, some people it hits them really hard, some people then for a little while. It all depends, right? Every case file on the, let's just go into the New England Journal of Medicine and check it out, because they all kind of have similarities, and the similarities are nothing. They're all different. Everybody's got different symptoms. Everybody's kind of got not quite the same with other people, and you get better with this. A lot of people get better, and then they get sick again, but then that's when they hospital care. Let's go actually first. Away. Yeah, in the funeral home, you know, like, this was an undercover kind of thing. This guy was posing as an investigator, or sorry, posing as like I guess a higher government agent or official, calling the funeral home and saying, you know, I'm here to help you, like, you know, I'm calling from such and such place or whatever, and she kind of just, but 127 corpses yesterday, cremated 116. Total number confirmed for pneumonia cases was only 8 on the death certificates. All the rest of them, 60% died at home with no death certificate, any kind. So there's no confirmation of whatever it was. And the ones in the hospital, yeah, there's only 8 cases, but the people who died before getting treatment or confirmed or tested, they weren't counted. And so its numbers are basically all over. And it's disgusting how, like, they're just totally giving the public a false sense of security. You don't want to alarm the public, but at the same time, you shouldn't be downplaying it as much either. Like, people aren't going to understand the gravity of this, and it's just going to smack them right in the face. At least if, you know, you kind of give people a heads up, like at least get the discussion going. Yeah, because it is going to be, it's going to be crazy, and some people just aren't going to be able to absorb it, right? Some people don't want to. Some people wouldn't want. I'm looking for a of Shen. My apologies. Gonna go all there. Yeah, it's not too far from here. Here it is. But listen to what this guy says. This is the guy that got you know, Shen. He spoke out about it. He's on CNN. Like they recognize him on a world platform now that he's gone missing. He was a lawyer and he was a reporter, and he was reporting on everything. And this is like one of the last videos he made. So listen to what he says about how the hospitals are run, and this isn't fucking fake. Like, this guy's telling it how it is. And this is actually, you can actually say that this video is about, well, yeah, at least a week old. And it's crazy what they're doing down there. They have everybody quarantined, but the numbers can't be right if nobody's not going to the hospital. People aren't going to the hospitals because the hospitals are full. But listen, and he's got a bunch of videos.
我会继续做我的报道，我只说我看见的，我听见的。妈逼，我连死都不怕，我怕你共产党吗？大家好，我是陈秋实，现在是1月30号中午11点多。这次来武汉，经历了这么多事儿，现在是我到武汉的第6天。我的名字已经彻底成为敏感词，只要带陈秋实3个字儿，带 CQS， 带我这张脸，在微信上都传播不了。所以这条视频你看看就好了，我不建议你往微信上传，因为你传到微信上，你的号就会被炸。昨天29号，我去的武汉的第5医院。第5医院人并不是特别多，有几方面的原因。一个方面就是绝大多数人都被封锁在家里了，有的是连小区都不让你出。所以你没有交通工具，你怎么去医院？
But watch this, please, and pay attention. He's telling the truth as much as anybody could ever do
你
it.
也做不了检测，那你还去医院干嘛？昨天我去了第5医院，第5医院还算有秩序。然后有很多人是过来找这个检测盒、检疫盒，要通过这个检测盒检测我，鉴定我到底是不是确诊。因为在这排队的我就混在人群当中，我假装是一个患者，跟他们一起排队，跟他聊你这咳嗽几天了，发烧几天了，你是来确诊的还是来复诊的？那有的病人就是我咳嗽几天了，我发烧几天了，一直不退，吃退烧药不退，我疑似。他说是疑似这2个字太折磨人了。
我的排的跟这样了，给你怎么我开的吧？你就知道到这里显示，又知道到我这里我噻。你非说那个地名要不中，我看老这么这样不中啊！你再把老话传一遍啥子？再把那句话传的啥子？
然后有当地的朋友帮我联系了一个疑似病人，他说我要跟着这个病人亲自去体验一下他们去看病的过程，我就见到了一个病人。昨天下午我去的5医院，从5医院出来，我跟着这个病人去了同济医院。这个病人，我包括跟周边的很多到了同济医院以后的病人聊，很多人都是跑了3、4家、3、5家医院以后，但是到了同济。 拿着片子，我第一次感觉到害怕，你知道吗？就是
整个门口放着10几个氧气罐，写着充满氧气的小心，里边长椅上躺的是人，走廊里夹的是床，厕所门口夹的都是床，60-70%的人在吸氧，还有一些人是吸那种戴面罩的高压氧往里打。他如果不是肺炎的话，干嘛用高压氧？然后进去之前浑身消毒，出来以后浑身消毒。然后看见那些，然后看那医生啊之类的，我去这个病人也胡了八嘟的，他在别的医院拍的片子拿去给这个医生看，他又没带那片子，能不能用检测盒不是你说了算，得我们做评估，我们评估完以后，我们得优先保障危重病人，检测盒是不够用的，你听到没有？检测盒是不够用的。我好像看新闻，天津好像援助了这儿1万个检测盒，但武汉市就1000万人口，那么你分到每个医院，每天也就100个或者几百个检测盒，那它就是不够用啊。所以就这东西不够用，所以很多病人就在家里面，就是跑了5-6家医院，没法有检测盒，你就排吧，你排到这个检测盒，你才能确诊，你确诊了才能进医院，甚至。我去的每一家医院都说床位不够，都说没有床位。我昨天在同济医院里面又看见一具尸体了，一个这次是没有蒙脸，是坐着的尸体。
怎么了他？
人已经走了。
不在了是吗？
对，不在了，这联系太平间的车。
但没找着车呢是吧？还。
我不知道他说的车是不是救护车。但是你想，如果救护车专门负责运危重病人，这2天街上跑的真的救护车来回跑，尤其到晚上的时候，一片死寂，只有救护车来回跑的时候，多吓人，你知道吗？好吧，这就是29号我所看到的信息。我还是那句话，我只说我看见的，我只说病人家属亲口讲给我听的。缺口罩，缺防护服，缺物资。最重要的是缺检测盒，没有检测盒没法确诊，就只能一次在家里隔离。有了检测盒还需要病床，有了病床还需要医生，所以这个问题还是很严重，还有很多的问题没有解决。我会努力振作起来，振作起来。司法局又给我打电话了。青岛公安局也给我打电话了，问我在哪儿呢，让我回去配合调查。我说我在武汉呢。那你上武汉干啥去？我说你不知道我在武汉，你找我干啥？你找我配合你啥？问你在武汉住在哪儿？我说住在朋友家里。然后现在他们找我爸妈谈话去了，昨天还前天找我爸妈谈话去了。我是
Sorry about that. I didn't check my messages.
前面是病毒，
but
我后边是中国的法律。
Yeah, right. And like. He's calling it like it is. He's gone missing now, right? Let's check out the story. CNN. All right. There he is here. Through silence again, an outspoken citizen is missing in Wuhan days after another died. So the doctor died, right? But then this guy was speaking out about it and telling people. Ken Weishi is a citizen and journalist who have been doing critical reporting from Wuhan, the center of the Chinese city central epicenter of the outbreak, went missing on Thursday evening, just as hundreds of thousands of people in China began demanding freedom of online. So, like, he was doing his best, and this is CNN, right? He was doing his best to try and get this out there, and show people what's actually going on, because people don't know what's actually going on, and people don't want to know what's going on. They're so, they don't want to even realize. But it's tough. It's a tough It's a tough thing to absorb. But we know that it's just that shit crazy over there. There's videos crazy. Let's just check. These people are just like grabbing people and just like forcing them into quarantine for whatever reason, right? And these are just hired goons. Like they're just street level thugs. And the police are just supervising, right? Police are just like the supervisors.
强行啊，一家4口啊。
Like, and those videos are real coming out of there. Like they're just snatching people. You know what I mean? They are. And it's like people are like, oh, it's just the flu. Just the flu, don't worry. And it's, well, you can't downplay it. You can't. And this guy with the rip in his thing, he appears in multiple videos. And like, I don't know why it's so blurry. It's just being a blurry video right now for some. It's usually not blurry. I'll let it sit for a sec, maybe it'll fix itself. But anyway, yeah, you get it, right? Like these guys, the officers are just chilling, right? They're not really doing much. These guys in the white suits that are hired to like do this, right? These are like whoever. But like they go in and they just start beating on them, eh? Like there's a family, there's a whole family in there. You know, they're like beating the shit out of them. And that's what's happening. That's what's happening. It's just madness down there. You couldn't imagine. And like everything's just wow. There's so much, there's just so much, right? It's like, and everybody's saying something different. Like here, like China virus response escalates to snitch lines, cash rewards, and threats. So like they got people calling in and saying, yeah, my neighbor's, you know, going out, or he went out, my neighbor went outside, or, and they'll just come and arrest you and they'll fucking do whatever, right? And now they put in the death penalty. They really have. They put in the death penalty. That if you disrupt the quarantine, we will kill you. That's, I wish I was messed up. They said that they will impose the death penalty. Capital punishment is actually what they said. Like you're a traitor to the nation and all your fellow people if you're putting people's lives at risk. So you see how like this is unfolding, right? And here, like the Wuhan top court, like whenever the doctor died, the top courts in China released an official statement saying that, you know, if people would have listened to the rumors, maybe it wouldn't be so bad. But then they posted this on like state media as well, right? China run media. I think it was the People's Daily. Anyways, China's Supreme People's Court has often been the forefront of countries' crackdown on rumors. But now, in the midst of the coronavirus outbreak, it's sending more of a tempered message. So let's just go down to where... So yeah, the police made the doctor sign the letter promising to to not talk about the outbreak anymore. So then, on Tuesday, January 28th, an article by the judge published on the top court special media account noted that if law enforcement hadn't been so quick to take action to quell those rumors, China might be in a better position in a battle against the new virus. So the people seen this, right? And like, this guy's like a hero over there, and like, he died and he was like speaking out about it. The government's, you know, yeah, you could imagine, right? The people see this and they just erupted in anger against like the top officials, and they were more pissed off at you know, the local officials at first, right? But then once this letter came out basically affirming that the local officials, you know, screwed this all up, and you know, they only took orders from the people above them, right? So the top courts came out and said, hey, you know, police shouldn't have did what they did, and like, but basically that's saying the top commander shouldn't have told the police to do what they did, and it just went right to the top. It just blew up, and they have a ridiculous hate on for the powers that be in their country right now. You know, they used to be like kind of chill. I think this is the other video with the guy with the rip. The rip. But like, they're just going around collecting all day. Doesn't matter. I don't know, for whatever reason they can find. But, you know, like, they go in here. And like, these guys are like hired goons in the white, right? And they're like, they're trying to take, they're going to take people out. Like the whole family, right? This is what they're doing. Even if they have a temperature or fucking, you know, they have a hard time getting that guy out. But the last video I showed you is when they were putting these people in the van. It's madness. It's madness. It really is. I don't even know. Like, iPhone starts making masks. You know, iPhone maker Foxconn starts making masks. You know, when you're a technology company and you start making face masks, if that there doesn't even show you the gravity of the situation, nothing will. You have a technology company saying we're retrofitting our factories to masks. Like, it's more than what's going on, than what they're saying. And this guy here is my new hero. I don't care. I'll play this 1,000 fucking times. He is.
I want to talk about the biggest and the most important story in the world, the Wuhan coronavirus. This coronavirus is a catastrophe on the scale of Chernobyl for China. But actually, it's probably worse than Chernobyl, which was localized in its effect. The coronavirus could result in a global pandemic. While you were all sleeping overnight, the number of diagnosed cases in China increased by 30%. Now, let me be clear, that's not new cases, that is just newly admitted cases.
Yes.
It is probably several orders of magnitude higher than that.
Of course it would be. And like, he's so on point when he says admitted cases, not new cases, because, you know, Chen was saying in the videos before that even like, everybody's quarantined and not going to the hospitals. Everybody's mostly dying in their houses. And the phone call to the crematorium or the funeral home, where they were saying, she was saying on the death certificates, only 8% of them on the death certificates said that they had the pneumonia, whereas the other there's 60% of the people that just showed up with no death certificate from home. And she was saying at her crematorium alone, it was 120 bodies a day, and like, oh, like, it's crazy, right? AZ. This guy's calling it like it is. It is.
Also, while you were sleeping, China now has its entire border with Russia closed. 2,600 miles.
And this is older. This is
Russia has closed
3 days old.
El Al has shut down travel between Israel and China. Air France has shut down travel between China and France. And that's in addition to all the other countries that have already shut down travel. From what we know so far, and there's still many unknowns, this virus could have both a long incubation period, as much as 14 days, and individuals could be contagious while asymptomatic, which was not the case with SARS in 2003. Furthermore, from some cases, it appears that the virus could be aerosolized, which means it doesn't require the kind of contact that you have with, say, a married couple kissing each other or a family living in close quarters in a hotel or apartment, but rather the distances we are all sitting apart right now. Yet China is still lying about all of this. They've been lying about it from the very beginning, and you don't need their history of lying about SARS in 2003, though it is relevant here. You just have to see what's happened over the last 2 months. We now know that the first case manifested no later than December 1, even though China didn't reveal it to the WHO until a month later on December 31st, when they continued to hide it from their own citizens. And they continued to say that it had been contained inside Wuhan. Today, it is in every single province in China.
That's heavy, right? Like, these people are calling it. Do you know what I mean? And, like, what are they hiding? They know this is, like, a fucking... This is unnatural. Let's just roll through something really quick. Evolutionary analysis, which is huge. Okay, so it has been speculated that the coronavirus is a variant of coronaviruses derived from animal source which got transmitted to humans. So they're not saying this one did, but they're saying it's a variant of the ones that got transmitted to humans. So considering the change of specificity per host, we decided to study the sequences of spike glycoprotein and S proteins, and which are the surface proteins that help the virus in host recognition and attachment. So it means, like, you know, they're studying kind of the area of how this thing can basically attach to more hosts than just being host specific. Thus, a change in these proteins can be reflected as a change of host specificity of the virus. Know the alterations in S protein gene and the consequences in structural reassessments. We performed a silico analysis with respect to all other viruses. Multi-sequence alignment of the S protein sequences, and the closest one that they could find was for SARS. That's the closest relation they could find for this virus. And it says, to our surprise, the sequence insertions were not only absent in S proteins SARS, but were also not observed in any other member of that family. So this is startling, as it is quite unlikely for the virus to have acquired such unique insertions naturally in a short duration of time. So, you know, nature does follow like a curve, right? It follows like a gradual progression. It doesn't spike. You know, nature's got like a balance to it. Evolution is over time, and things just don't make leaps and bounds into the future. Not usually, right? They don't. And they're saying, like, you know, this is startling, as it is unlikely for a virus to have acquired such unique insertion naturally, right? Like, no. So insertions bear similarity to HIV. It's not necessarily HIV. It's not HIV. It's the proteins in HIV. They're the receptor proteins, the binding proteins. It's not HIV itself. It's what HIV uses to infect your cells. So, you know what I mean? They took the claws from this virus and put it onto this virus, and essentially, so like it can hold on to your cells better and affect it, right? A virus needs to be able to, you know, make a bond with your cell. And the more diversity these F proteins have, the more options of hosts it has. So maybe it's not just host specific. This could infect human animals, mammals, reptiles, birds. We don't know, but that's what this is kind of saying, right? And that's freaky as balls, like, because the cruise ships, hey, they're have infected passengers on them. We know that one of them does for sure, and it's in port. But those people that are infected, they actually proved now that fecal matter, like shit and piss, like yeah, that's it. They actually test positive for this. So that means the virus is alive in this. And if they're all like, you know, dumping in this tank on the ship, it's just a big holding tank. The virus would be alive in there. And if they dump that into the ocean, who's to say, excuse me, that the virus wouldn't survive long enough maybe to infect some ocean creatures or fish or like mammals, dolphins, whales, like, we don't know, right? But it's just I've been digging into this way too much, really. I have. So the insertions were observed to be present in all genome sequences available from the clinical isolates. So to know the source of these insertions, a local alignment was done using a supercomputer, and they ran blah 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 the test on it. So unexpectedly, all of the insertions got aligned with human immune deficiency virus. So they're saying that yes, but they're not saying it's HIV. They're saying it's, you know, HIV proteins. Anyways, it's I don't understand it. I'm not a scientist, but I understand enough of it that yeah, they're talking about that this here is being used, like these proteins are in place so that it can hold and bind to your cell, like, and it not just has a better chance of infecting your cell. You know what I mean? Like, just because a virus gets in your system doesn't necessarily mean it's going to infect you. It has to get a hold of the cell and be able to get, you know, your body's going to produce natural antibodies who, you know, naturally protect your immune system, right? But this here, since it's a novel novel just is a fancy word for new, is that's all it means, is a new virus. We have no immunity to, there's no, that's what, it's so bad, because we don't have a natural defense to this. We don't. And because, you know, it doesn't follow the evolutionary curve of natural viruses, you know, for it to have this specific type of proteins like that are basically enhancing it, right? So one would really suggest that, hey, this fucking thing had to have most likely came from, you know, a laboratory. Yes, because it doesn't seem that nature fits this. And that's what this whole study says, you know, like it's crazy. They go into this and saying that, you know, it's more infectious, but they don't understand it yet. They can look at it and say, hey, you know, just like you can look at, like, let's say a sports car, and just know by looking at it like a sports car, you're like, hey, that thing's fucking fast. Right? But until you get in and drive it, you don't really know that experience. It's kind of like a weird analogy, but that's the same kind of thing the science are looking at, because they got the science in front of them and they're looking at it and they're saying, well, hey, this thing looks pretty fucking radical. Like, what the fuck? But you can't know until what's going to happen until it starts evolving in nature and doing its thing through. There was no data on this. Like, this was the first study that came out, and it's a real study. It's real. It's a fucking 100% real. But is it verified? Is it published? No. Did it come from two of the most prestigious universities in the world with a bunch of bio fucking science engineers? Yeah, it did. So I don't know. The world's top fucking scientists seem to think, hey, this isn't natural. And it got taken down off social media, and everybody started going, no, don't believe that, for fuck's sakes. And somebody somewhere said, get that off social media. And they did. They pulled it down. But it's still available if you want to check it out on BioRx. So it's a lot to absorb, more than a single fucking person should try to ever do. But it's unfolding like a movie, in a sense. Like, look at these guys. They're not taking any fucking chance. This is the flight back from the Wuhan on the US evacuation flight.
Show of hands, has anybody not finished it yet? The only reason I say this is it's going to get really weird when everybody gets off the plane and you cannot. Because you have to have that in order to leave this.
What the fuck
airplane.
is this, dude? Like, what is that? Like, these guys are suited up. Like, that's something like right out of a movie. Like 100%. And they're like, oh yeah, sorry.
Show of hands.
They say, oh yeah, like big milestone today. Fucking coronavirus beats SARS in death toll. Like, that was like the big headlines there for a while. Yeah, but you didn't hear any of them say, well, SARS was around for 2 years and it killed that many people. This was around for 2 months and it killed that many people. So it killed the same amount of SARS. It's killed the same amount of people as SARS did in the first 2 months. But we know those numbers aren't even actually right. Like, they're probably like 60% off, 100% off, 1,000% off. Like, we don't know, but they're definitely off, right? They are. And that's huge. It's huge. And you got these cruise ships, which should be at the front of every fucking media station. Excuse my language. Like, or at least one of the cruise ships. They let the other one go, but nobody's talking about the fact that, hey, they did tests for 1,800 people in 4 days, and everybody came back negative on a cruise ship that had 8 passengers confirmed to have it on the past voyage. Anyways, they did these 1,800 tests in apparently 4 days, and we're still waiting for the first 400 tests of the other fucking oh my god, why? It's like, I could see if the numbers were off by like a few dozen, couple hundred, maybe. But to say 1,800 people have tested negative, and you ran those numbers, I'm fucking sure you did. Considering, let's go, this one here says 3 former passengers tested positive for the disease. But, we got conflicting ones that say, well, hey, actually, it previously carried 8 infected, 70 are infected. Okay, so yeah, 336 potentially infected people. That's how many tests they did. And this here this here is the Princess Diamond. You know, the other one is the other one was the World Dream. That's the one they let everybody go on. And it said World Dream cruise ship was quarantined in Hong Kong on Wednesday after 3 former passengers tested positive for the disease. So 3 people is what they're saying. But then over here you have them saying 8 infected passengers. And over else you have them saying 8 infected passengers. Yeah, there is. They got it all screwed up, but either way, you can't test 1,800 fucking people in 4 days. How do I know that? I don't know, unless they're really fucking slacking on this other cruise ship, because oh, where is it? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because the ministry said, and this was done today. Well, this is a Japan local paper, and actually it was actually done yesterday, but regardless, there was only 336 people tested, and this thing's been there since Monday. This thing was only there since Wednesday. And they said that they did 1,800 tests and everybody came back negative, but yet they still couldn't even finish fucking, you know, they've only done 336 to date on this one. Like what I know why they did it, because they don't want to deal with that shit. I'll promise you, they probably come back positive with some of them, but you know, they might be approached later on to say something, but they just let them all disembark. The media is there. They're like a fucking bunch of wild dogs. The media is all over this. They have hundreds of people just like stationed around this cruise ship, all trying to, like, you know, get a story, but they don't want another cruise ship. Japan can't handle that. It's this, you know, or Hong Kong, I should say. Hong Kong is where they're docked at, but they're dealing with this now, and it's already a shit show level event for them there, because their healthcare system was already strapped. Most of their nurses are on strike. Then they get this, and now they got 70 people who now they have to keep in 70 isolation wards. Like, that's going to take resources to take care of. Resources they already didn't have in the first place. So do you think they're going to fucking accept another cruise ship coming in here? Look at this guy. Look what he says. You can tell, like, he's reading off a piece of paper. And he's like, yeah, you just go now. Just forget about everything. We nothing to see here.
大約1800多個嘅樣本咧，全部咧都係對新型冠狀病毒呈陰性反應嘅。咁由於咧，
He's reading off the paper, right?
衞生署
What am I supposed to say
世
next?
界夢號郵輪所作嘅衞生檢疫措施咧，已經全部
It's not true, so I gotta look
咁
at
所
it.
以咧喺船上面嘅乘客同埋船上邊嘅員工，亦都
All
係
crew members can disembark. Yep. And they did 1,800 tests 4 days, but yet on this other cruise ship they could only pull off 336 in now 8 days. Yeah. Isn't that amazing? What kind of technology are those guys using that these guys aren't using? Because they should definitely get together and like, you know, share. Holy fuck. No. And I get it though. You know, I do. There's no way they could ever 1,800 that amount of time in 4 days. It takes time to do these tests. It does. It takes like up to 2 days. And that's on, like, if everything, like, on a perfect scenario situation. They just don't have the capacity right now because there's all these other influx of patients and tests that they have to deal with at the same time. You think they're going to take in another cruise ship with a bunch of media sitting around? It's just as easy for them to just say no, the test didn't come back negative. They might not have even tested them. I bet they test them. Because why would you even test them if you know? Because they know right away. They're like, we can't deal with this. We can't keep a bunch of more people on this cruise ship and supply all these resources to them. They just couldn't do it. Couldn't. It would break their healthcare system, and this here alone might break their healthcare system. Wait till they find out that there's almost going to be fucking, like, I'm saying low numbers, at least 1,000 people on this ship infected. At least. There has to be. Yeah, it really does. Because they know this is aerosol, like they know it's airborne now. Which would make sense in how fast this thing is spreading. It's a lot, right? It really is. Check the latest. Oops. Coronavirus, yeah, blah blah. Results negative for coronavirus in second resident. Yeah. Let's just this one. World Health Organization warns transmission by people who had not visited China could be tip of the. The head of the World Health Organization has warned that confirmed cases of coronavirus being transmitted by people who have never traveled to China could be the tip of the iceberg. Tedros' remarks come as members of an international expert mission flew to China on Monday to help coordinate a response to the outbreak that has so far infected countless people, will say, and killed countless in the country. Because let's not even just say numbers. Ever. So there's been something concerning, there's been some concerning incidences of, I can't even keep a straight face now. Yeah, so there's been some concerning instances of onward spread, right? Detection of small number of cases may indicate that more widespread transmission in other countries. In short, we may only be seeing the tip of the iceberg. So, because there's small numbers, it means that there's probably could be, right? We know the RO value on this is calculated to be over 3, let's just say, but 5, which is really bad. So while the virus spread outside of China appears to be slow, Tedros warns it could accelerate. Containment remains our objective, but all countries must use the window of opportunity created by the containment strategy to prepare for the virus's possible arrival. And it's not possible, it's more than possible. Car manufacturer Volkswagen said while some of its factories would reopen on Monday, others had delayed production for another week. Toyota extended the closure of its Chinese plants to February 16th. That's how it all started, like 2 months ago. They were like, well, we're going to shut down and we're going to extend this. And it just keeps extending and extending for another week or another week. And they just keep putting it off. But all across China, schools in provinces and regions such as all of them now, actually, They're definitely closed everywhere. An advanced team of international experts led by the WHO is heading for Beijing to help investigate the epidemic. But it has taken nearly 2 weeks to get the government's green light on its composition, which was not announced, other than to say that WHO veteran Dr. Bruce Alward, a Canadian epidemiologist, emergency expert, was heading it. So Dr. Bruce Alward, that guy, we're just gonna keep track. He's not allowed to. The WHO declared the outbreak a global emergency on January 30th, days after Chinese central government imposed a lockdown on 60 million people. But it's up to like basically 400, 600 million now, because they basically quarantined another 54 cities 3 days ago. So yeah, it's real, right? What else is there? Times are saying first. Like there's always something new coming out. Always just start and laugh at. And it's like not laugh at, but it's just they're not giving no straight answers. It's just when you look at it and you're just fuck. Is this China that we're living in? Like, oh, can somebody please fucking say what's real for once, for fuck's sakes? Coronavirus, respiratory, yeah, that tracking the spread. How bad will it be? Really bad. You can't look like these people are using all these fucking models from like all these fucking diagrams. It doesn't matter. Fuck your diagrams, because the numbers that you're getting, that you're putting into your models, aren't right. So you can forget your model, forget your diagram. I know. First American dies of coronavirus, raising questions about U.S. response. The United States has no plan to conduct additional evaluations from China. Yeah, well, like, what are you gonna do? It's not. You wait. This thing sits. It doesn't kill right away. It sits. It's idle, and then all of a sudden you start getting sicker and sicker and sick, and you get a lot of people are getting better. Like they get better, and then they'll get sick again second time, but the second time is usually when they need to be hospital. And some people, it just hits them like a ton of bricks right away. All different. Nothing. And you just gotta take all the media right now with a grain of salt, because they don't know nothing, because the World Health Organization knows nothing. Do you know what I mean? Just fucking printing a lot of shit. Kills 97 in deadliest day so far. You're gonna see a lot of those titles. Deadliest day so far. The way it is. But if people knew the real numbers, yeah, you know what I mean? People can't handle the truth. I don't know. Seems, but it's like it's barely even talked about. Like, okay, yeah, it's got a little section there. Cruise ships. Okay, here we go. Gloves and thermometers. Updates. You know, and this guy just goes missing. Well, he could have very well got infected because he was going into like the quarantine zone, and yeah, it's not good, right? He just appeared, and he was the only follow. Well, I shouldn't say the only follow, but he was reporting on a lot of this stuff. And I seen his videos earlier, but I did not know he was. I knew he was.
视频你们妈这么快就找我来了？哎，朋友，测个体温，测个体温，现在体温全部都。
So they want to arrest him, right?
那我们不放心啊。你们是哪里？你说清楚哪里的？你们哪里的？
Well, that's in. There's no subtitles on that one. There's another one that does have subtitles, but the police are there basically, and they're saying, "Hey, we need to take your temperature. You know, you were in a dangerous place." Because they knew he was in there. They was taking videos and uploading them. And there's like a group of them at the door, right? And like, then it just goes silent. Then anybody who speaks out about this, and this guy's kind of like a public figure, right? And he's got some kind of little bit of credentials here. So the government in Japan or in China had to deal with that because this guy's, you know, pretty credible, and he's fucking sending out videos, and people are like, wow. And then he just did, and now there's more outrage, right? Like, because people know, like, they know, and China just keeps whatever's China's doing. But now the World Health Organization has gone in there, and they are, you know, a team to go and try to gather data on the ground about, and it's madness. And just, I'm just speechless with the media, these cruise ships. Like, it's, I don't know, if there's like somebody looking, let's say the police are looking for somebody, like, oh, like this guy just shot 3 people, and there's like a big manhunt going on, and like it's just constant coverage. It is, it's constant fucking coverage. But is there, like, they're barely covering the cruise ship like they should be? No, they don't want to tell people what's really going on. Bad. But they're just dragging people out of the houses, right? You can guarantee these guys ain't doctors. These guys ain't medical staff. Oop. Like hired street level goons, really. Wuhan, round up the dead. Crazy, man. We could, you know what I mean? We can't even imagine. We see little clips of videos. But those little videos are nothing, right? What's really happening on some levels. But anyways, yeah, I'll keep you updated as things progress. It's just a shit show with these clips with the numbers. You know, they say 8 infected on this one. Over here, they're saying, well, it was only 3. Wow. Got it. Anyway, it's just a times. Anyway, sub and like and share and do all that. Get the word out there. Appreciate everybody. Do appreciate. Thanks for watching.